Honorable members, at the suspension, we were debating the data protection bill. I presume we are now ready with Nassau Village taking the floor. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, colleagues. Once again, I stand on behalf of the great people of Nassau Village who continue to support me to be their representative and represent their views in this particular place. I see the chime working right on time. The bell is wrong. But, Madam Speaker, the bell tolls, the bell tolls. Madam Speaker, again, on behalf of the good constituents of Nassau Village, I wish to start off with a few housekeeping matters. I wish to express condolences to the Pratt family and my Hope Gardens family on the loss of a gem, a nurse who has continued to support us, a nurse who actually succumbed to her fight against cancer, breast cancer in particular, and that's Miss Estelle Pratt. Madam Speaker, I beg your leave, and I thank you for giving me leave, because as I know, normally we wear somber colors. But as you would know, the color today is pink. Madam Speaker, there's a saying, fight like a girl. What? Fight like a girl. It used to be something derogatory, but in this particular month, Madam Speaker, in October, we recognize all of those who fight against breast cancer. I stand with each and every one of my constituents who is faced with this particular disease, and I also let them know that their MP, Mali, is with them. Madam Speaker, my family was dearly impacted because I lost my grandmother to breast cancer. My aunt is a double vasectomy, but also a survivor of breast cancer. And my chair lady is also a survivor. And I call her name in this particular house, Ms. Lakeisha Bastian, for continuing to push forward a true example of resilience, a true example of womanhood, right? Madam Speaker, I just wanted to start off with an energy that's supportive in this particular time. Madam Speaker, September 28th to 29th, the entire Bahamas, but mostly New Providence and a few of the islands were impacted by tropical depression Esmeralda. The reality is that we saw what is to eventually come. That's severe flooding. This particular climatic disaster showed us where we need to prep and where we need to be on the forefront as it pertains to true national development. And I would like to publicly thank the Minister for Disaster Risk Management, the Honorable Lundy, the member for Central and South Andres, for all of the efforts that he put behind ensuring there was an adequate plan put in place. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the first responders, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and also the Department of Social Services, as well as the staff at the Nassau Village Community Center, who, Madam Speaker, at the call of midnight, showed up at the community center to provide service, Madam Speaker. These are persons who volunteered their time and ensured that there was a service rendered to not only Nassau villagers, but all who were impacted, all Bahamians. Madam Speaker, we saw evacuees from Pinewood. We saw evacuees from Seabreeze seeking safe haven and receiving safe haven in the constituency of Nassau Village. Madam Speaker, when I began my tenure as Member of Parliament, I said that we had to build resilience. We had to be at the forefront of thinking. And that was the thinking behind having a versatile facility, such as the Nassau Village Community Center, which, when called upon, transitioned into a hurricane shelter, Madam Speaker. It allowed for the sleeping and housing of those evacuees. It provided a true beta test on a facility that is being replicated in Centerville, that's being replicated in Mount Moriah, that's being replicated eventually in Angliston. Madam Speaker, our government, this Progressive Liberal Party government, is at the forefront of what is to come. We are putting critical steps in place to ensure that the Bahamas does weather the storm. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank the Minister of Works for Central and South Eleuthera. When the flood waters came and my dear constituents had to be evacuated, when they stood in 3-foot-high waters just behind Charles W. Sanders Highway and also on Starks Avenue, the Ministry of Works immediately jumped to action, sending out flood pump trucks and bringing immediate relief. Madam Speaker, I reminded my constituents that just 4 years ago, under the F&M government, they would have had to stay in that 3-foot-high water. They would have had to allow the sun to come out. They would have had to allow the sun to come out and just bear it, Madam Speaker. We cannot forget what we've been through. We cannot forget where we've been through. And you're right, St. Barnabas, only Kalani had flood pumps. You're right, but Nassau Village didn't have flood pumps. Bamboo Town didn't have flood pumps. And I thank you for reminding me about that, madam. Right? You see, Madam Speaker, when things are going exceptionally well, we tend to forget the trials that we have overcome. You see, Madam Speaker, when the Commonwealth of the Bahamas needed someone to stand, it was Philip Brave Davis. It was a man that spared no expense to bring immediate relief, Madam Speaker. And I commend the member for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for showing, if not up for everyone, at least for the constituency of Nassau Village. Madam Speaker, on to the bill, and I thank your indulgence. The Data Protection Bill 2025, Madam Speaker, I rise today with a deep sense of purpose and urgency to speak in support of this particular bill. Madam Speaker, it's a transformative piece of legislation that will undoubtedly shape how we govern, how we protect, and how we empower our citizens in this particular digital age. Madam Speaker, this bill is not just about technology. Because when we hear things, we hear data transformation, data protection, and we automatically relegate it to, oh, it's a technological bill. Madam Speaker, it's about something much more. It's about trust. You see, Madam Speaker, it's about ensuring that every Bahamian, whether a student, whether a patient, whether a business owner, or a public servant, can engage with digital systems, knowing that their personal information, Madam Speaker, is treated with respect. It's treated with fairness and treated with care. Madam Speaker, we live in a time where data is currency. And that's the reality. Data is currency. It is traded, it is stored, analyzed, and sometimes by ill users, like my colleague from Baines and Grantstown said, exploited. But you see, Madam Speaker, from health records to financial transactions, from biometric scans to online behavior, our lives are increasingly digitized. And yet, until now, Madam Speaker, until this Progressive Liberal Party government, our legal framework has not kept pace with this reality. Madam Speaker, this bill changes that. It introduces a comprehensive set of principles, Madam Speaker, that govern how we use and how we collect our personal data, how we store that data, how we process that data, and especially how we share that data. Madam Speaker, this particular bill mandates transparency, accuracy, and security. It ensures that data is not held longer than necessary. Why you need to retain my data for years and years and years, right? It ensures that individuals have the right to access, correct, and even erase their personal information. Let me pause here, Madam Speaker, because as I went through the actual bill, it recognizes that every data point, Madam Speaker, is a person. It recognizes the child. It recognizes the voter. It provides dignity and understands that that dignity must be preserved. It gives citizens the right to object to processing, Madam Speaker, to restrict how their data is actually used. and it seeks to compensate when their rights have been, of course, violated or infringed upon. Madam Speaker, that's the versatility of this particular bill. The bill also establishes the Office of Data Protection Commissioner, Madam Speaker, an independent body tasked with oversight, enforcement, and public education. Madam Speaker, this is not just a symbolic gesture. It is a structural commitment to accountability. And I repeat that, it's a structural commitment to accountability. The Commissioner, Madam Speaker, will have the power to investigate breaches, issue enforcement notices, and ensure that both public and private entities comply with the law. And let us not forget, Madam Speaker, the Data Protection Oversight Committee, which will provide strategic guidance, Madam Speaker, and ensure that our policies remain responsive to emerging threats and technologies. Now, of course, the opposition, and some of you may say and ask, why now? Why this particular bill? Madam Speaker, the answer is simple. We cannot afford to wait. The Bahamas is increasingly integrated into global digital networks. Our financial institutions, our healthcare systems, our educational platforms, and governmental services all rely on data, Madam Speaker. Without strong protections, we risk exposing our citizens to identity theft. We risk exposing our citizens to discrimination and exploitation. Moreover, Madam Speaker, international partners and investors are watching continuously. In my role as the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I cannot tell you how many times international investors have commended the Bahamas, our government, on the strong legal frameworks and safety nets that we're employing and that we currently have. It makes us attractive, Madam Speaker. It makes us competitive. It makes us fit for purpose. Madam Speaker, these international partners, they want to know that the Bahamas is safe, responsible, and forward-thinking as a jurisdiction. This bill sends a clear message, Madam Speaker, that we are ready to lead. Madam Speaker, I told you that as I perused the bill itself, I highlighted a few sections, similar to my friend from Central Grand Bahama. The reality is that if you look in Section 6 of the bill, Madam Speaker, it outlines the lawful conditions for processing personal data, including consent, legal obligation, and public interest. It is both rigorous and flexible. Madam Speaker, as you go on, look at Section 8. It mandates, it doesn't give an option, it mandates transparency, requiring data controllers to inform individuals about how their data is used, who is shared with, and for how long it is retained. There was some earlier comments about we don't know about the safety protocols, but it's all captured in the bill, Madam Speaker. It's all captured in the bill. So once again, the creation of hysteria by the opposition. You get me? Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister adequately outlined each of the particular sections of this bill. And I just wish to underscore how beautiful of a document it is. Section 47, Madam Speaker, and 48 in particular, deal with data breaches, requiring prompt notification to both the Commissioner and the affected individuals. This, Madam Speaker, is essential for maintaining public trust. And as we go on, Madam Speaker, to part number 6, it addresses cross-border data transfers, ensuring that the Bahamian data is not exported to jurisdictions with weaker protections. Madam Speaker, these are not abstract concepts. They have real-world implications. Imagine a young Bahamian applying for a scholarship online. She should not have to worry about having her personal information sold to marketers or stored indefinitely. Imagine a patient sharing sensitive information with a clinic. He should be confident that his records are secure and used only for legitimate purposes. This bill makes those assurances possible, Madam Speaker. I also want to acknowledge the importance of education and capacity building. Madam Speaker, laws alone are not enough. Invest in training for public servants, awareness campaigns for citizens, and support for businesses, especially small enterprises, to help them be in compliance. Let us all be mindful of the vulnerable populations, Madam Speaker. The bill includes provisions for children and persons with disabilities, ensuring that consent is meaningful and the protections are robust. Now, I know that a few of our colleagues may raise concerns about cost, complexity, or compliance. But I urge every member in this House, Madam Speaker, to see the bigger picture. See the bigger picture, man. The cost of inaction, of weak protections, of reputational damage, of legal uncertainty is far greater than those considerations. This is our opportunity, Madam Speaker, to build a culture of data ethics, to show that the Bahamas values not just innovation, but integrity, Madam Speaker, that we understand the power of information and we choose to wield it responsibly. Madam Speaker, I commend the drafters of the bill for their clarity, their foresight, and their commitment to a human-centered governance. I urge all members of this House to support this bill, not as a partisan gesture. Don't just support as a partisan gesture, but as a national imperative, Madam Speaker. Let us pass this bill with pride. Let us protect our people, strengthen our institutions, and position the Bahamas as a leader in digital governance. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nassau Village, I support this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, grateful to Almighty God for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this debate, Madam Speaker. Grateful to the people for St. Barnabas, continues to show me their love, and I will forever be grateful for what they have continued to show me. Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I will be brief, Madam Speaker. And before I get into the bill, I would just like to deal with a few very important issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was not here last week. I was on a brief hiatus. And so I didn't get an opportunity to offer my condolences to our fallen comrade, the member for Golden Isles, Vaughn Miller. And so much could be said about the honorable member. For me, I knew the member outside of politics and met him outside of politics. He's my senior. We were both in the basketball fraternity together, though he was much, much, much more way ahead of me. But a lot of our conversations, besides family and then later on politics, stemmed around national sports, sports development in the country. Some, probably about 20 years back, I decided to enroll in Bahama Hosts, just thought it would be beneficial to enroll in Bahama House. And the honorable member at the time was one of my quote-unquote lecturers. And he was as spirited as a lecturer in Bahama House as he was as a pastor and on the radio, and indeed in politics. You know, so many times, Madam Speaker, in this thing that's called politics, because we are so caught up in our positions and what we do for our parties, sometimes if you're not careful, because it is human to err, that you would forget, even if it's for a moment, what really matters. And those are the things that fundamentally bring us together as one nation, the experiences and the life experiences and the family connections, the relationships that really determine how close-knit we are as a country. And so I'm forever grateful, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to have lived and enjoyed a good relationship with the honorable member through so many aspects of Bahamian way of life, including here in this Parliament, Madam Speaker. Additionally, I do want to join with the chorus of condolences to the family of Archbishop Drexel Gomez on his passing. We all know of his contribution to the body of Christ and the Anglican Church in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and indeed to national development for our people. And so, Madam Speaker, I would pray that their soul will rest in peace and rise in glory. Also, Madam Speaker, just initially, as this Parliament will know, that I serve with the Honourable Member for Fort Hill on the National Honours Advisory Committee. And yesterday we would have had the last of a series of honour ceremonies to honour some 500 plus Bahamians over the last 2 days, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, in line with what I said a few minutes ago, that oftentimes, because we are so caught up in the daily grind, Madam Speaker, in our country and what we do individually, sometimes we could forget just the outstanding and immense contributions that Bahamians are making every day. Some not necessarily in the front of the cameras, but could be in a family island somewhere in the corner of a settlement, doing what they can to help develop the people on that particular family island in that particular settlement. And so, while obviously there are persons who would have made such a contribution that it was so visible throughout the course of Bahamian history, there are those that aren't necessarily in the front of the camera who are making a contribution to the development of our country. And just to see the response and the impact, knowing that your country has acknowledged that you've made a contribution, Madam Speaker, and to see persons in walkers, in wheelchairs, and those who are not, those who are immobilized, get dressed up in their very best, and to make their way up the red carpet to receive their honors from the Governor General, Madam Speaker. It's a profound moment, and it just reminds us at the end of the day that despite our differences, this still continues to be the greatest country in the world, I believe, with some of the greatest people in the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would like to inform the constituents of St. Barnabas that this weekend we have another installment of our Helping Hand initiative, Madam Speaker. We did it before with bread basket items. This Saturday, we are going to be doing a farmer's market where we will be giving out free fruits and vegetables, Madam Speaker, as much as we can give out. Some people say, why supplies last, but we're going to try to help as many persons as possible giving out the free fruits and vegetables, Madam Speaker. So we want you to come on down to the community center between 9 and 12 and come and get, your sweet peppers and your cassava and sweet potato and some oranges and so forth. Yeah, no problem. You have claim to you have claim to St. Barnabas, so you can come and get your package. Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I get into the bill, I think it would be derelict of me, Madam Speaker, and the member for East Grand Bahama touched on it before he got into the depth of his presentation, Madam Speaker, to opine, Madam Speaker, on what we saw and what we've seen over the last 2 Wednesdays, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I said before in a most recent contribution that I wish at times that the rules or this parliamentary system we have would allow us to come to the middle of the floor right there to offer views on different subjects. Why? Symbolically, it would allow us to strip away as best as we can even the thought of us being political, but that there are some things that are of such a nature that the focus should not be on which side says it, but the focus should be on the substance, on what is said, because truthfully, it is something that we all can agree on. And I often say, Madam Speaker, that there are a laundry list of things from a philosophical standpoint and a policy standpoint that we can talk about and disagree on, sincerely, but surely there has to be some things that we can agree on as a group of men and women in this parliament that either needs to be fixed or just ain't right. So, Madam Speaker, I wish that the honorable member for Cat Island, and I won't be on this too long, Madam Speaker, I wish the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador was here, the Honorable Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, just being out there with those protesters, Madam Speaker, and to hear the cries, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the legitimate cries, Madam Speaker, of people who were expecting their monies on a certain date, as was communicated in this parliament. And the difficulty.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freedom.
I take no issue with St. Barnabas saying the persons had an expectation. The only payment they have communicated in this parliament was for middle managers, which was in the pay package at the end of July. I think the record would show that what's communicated for others was a date, the 1st of September, which is an effective date, and the 1st of September is not a government payday, and it wasn't represented as a payday for my recollection and examination. I have no quarrels with people having an expectation that may not be grounded in fact, but my understanding is the effective date of the Deloitte adopted payment scheme is the 1st of September. And everyone in the public service knows that if it's the 1st of September, that means if you jump through all the hoops, and it's October, you get September's increase on October, and if it's November and December, the Prime Minister has been quite clear. The payment will be made for Christmas. These are unions who have negotiated agreements with this government, when the previous administration only took them to court when they tried to negotiate. We signed 50+ agreements. They signed none. We reinstated increments, which would give these persons who are having difficulties that bit of money every month. And so it is inaccurate to say that there was any representation of a payment date. I would agree with St. Hans that the rest of this is very gratuitous, that just tends to show the difference, that we're not like them.
Thank you.
very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Freetown for his intervention. Madam Speaker, all I would say is, Madam Speaker, is that the workers of this country, they heard what they heard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and what is mind-boggling for a number of them, and quite frankly, a lot of people in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, is that, and let me just say too before I make this statement, permanent secretaries, Madam Speaker, and middle managers, all of them are contributing to the development of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and everybody should get their due. However, Madam Speaker, why not, Madam Speaker, not look out for the people who need it the most? And I'm careful, as is said in Bahamian vernacular, to call somebody's pocket and who really needs it. But there is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that those people out there today, and last week, Wednesday, Madam Speaker, the janitors, the service workers, Madam Speaker, why couldn't they have been paid first? And so the reality of it is, Madam Speaker, the reality of it is that they had an expectation, based on what was conveyed, Madam Speaker, that they would be paid. And now, many of them are suffering. Madam Speaker, I saw, Madam Speaker, a janitor, Madam Speaker, was on ZNS, right, Madam Speaker? She was on ZNS, and obviously, Madam Speaker, it's not part of our parliamentary procedure to play audio, Madam Speaker. So I just transcribe what she said, Madam Speaker, okay? She said, I don't get hazardous pay, just my salary. My mortgage is $1,200. Tell me, where do I go? And I would encourage Bahamians to watch this video, Madam Speaker, right? Tell me, how do you love me? Sometimes she invokes Mr. Kimsey, gives me food. Say, well, I learned that a promise is a comfort to a fool. I need the money like today. Today would have been my mother's birthday. She would have been 92. And they treated her bad in the same field. I need that money like today. I wanted to go to the doctor because I have a lot of issues. I need that money today. And so, Madam Speaker, as persons are out there and you hear similar cries, if you are part of the governing party that wants to play politics, you could ignore these kind of things, or you could say you understand the cry, and you understand and you sympathize with their frustrations, Madam Speaker. But surely, Madam Speaker, and as I said, I wish the Prime Minister was here, surely there's something, Madam Speaker. There has to be something that can be done for these people that need it the most, Madam Speaker. Surely.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
I too listened and I too watched that contribution, and I noted that the young lady's pay slip had 2 deductions from it, and she took home a net pay of over, I think it was $1,600 a month, if it's the young lady, if it's the lady I'm thinking about. But I don't rise on that point. The member for St. Barnabas must not have heard when I said we didn't just sympathize, we didn't just feel sorry for them, we didn't stop increments like they did for 4.5 years. When we came to office, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and St. Salvador saw that increments were reinstated. And for the edification of the Bahamian public, since the member of St. Barnabas seems to be seeking to make some other point, increments mean you get those increases on your salary. They go towards your pensionable emoluments. The previous administration stopped it. We reinstated it. There were then service-wide promotions for the first time in years. In the 4.5 years before the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador assumed the chair, there was none. There were then service-wide promotions. Some people got 2 sets of promotions, usually the people at the bottom of the scale. The Bahamian people need not be misled. The Prime Minister has issued the Deloitte report that showed that the people at the bottom of the scale have been getting increases regularly. It is available free of charge online. You can get it at the OPM site. It is misleading to suggest that where the previous administration put a foot on everyone, kept everything stagnant, that the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador frees up the increments. Service-wide promotions, twice for some people. Under this set of money, Madam Speaker, because there were also pay increases in these union agreements. I think it's 15% that the teachers' union negotiated. Don't hold me to that, but that's a figure that sticks in my mind. This isn't anything that they asked for or negotiated. The Prime Minister, in coming to office, Deloitte was engaged to look at everyone's pay and review it and say, are people being paid fairly? Deloitte reviewed the pay of everybody and said the people at the lower level were getting increases all along, the people at the higher level not so. An independent accounting firm advised the government. No politics in it other than what we're hearing today. And so to suggest that the people have not been getting pay is just inaccurate. Union leaders, as I said last week, and St. Barnabas wasn't here, their job is to continually agitate. If they ever appear satisfied, then they appear to have no purpose. So they are always rowing for more. And that's their job. And once you understand that, then you can get along fine with them. But it is misleading to say that the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and a man with half of people haven't been raising people's compensation from the time we got in, not to mention the increase in minimum wage by $50 when we came in that they said would cause economic problems.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, it's always remarkable to me how the government, you know, they choose when they want to be revisionists, you know, Madam Speaker. Because when the country was going through a pandemic, right, the Free National Movement, led by this member here from Kalani, didn't lay off one person from the public service, not one. When countries around the world were shrinking their public service, Madam Speaker. But they don't talk, they want to be selective with what they choose. Also, Madam Speaker, the honourable member rightly talked about that they increased minimum wage. We can look back, Madam Speaker, please, I can't hear myself. Thank you. Right? Madam Speaker, for 25 years, you want to go back? For 25 years, the Progressive Liberal Party did not even implement minimum wage. It was the Free National Movement. So I can say for 25 years, you all did not look out for the workers of this country. Where were you for 25 years? 25 years. When, Madam Speaker, the overtime, the work week was reduced. When the work week was reduced by the Free National Movement, it was the Progressive Liberal Party. When Bahamians were working a 48-hour work week. And it was the Free National Movement that did that, Madam Speaker. Or the fact that women were able to get benefits, maternity benefits, under the Free National Movement. So when you do this revisionist type of thing, let's go back and look at the whole thing. Where were you? Where was the Progressive Liberal Party on these issues, Madam Speaker? The only thing I just want to say,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member for St. Barnabas has sought to label me a revisionist. He has praised the administration of Kalani. I asked him to speak to Marco City so they could give Kalani his nomination, because clearly he was a good prime minister. That is what he is saying. He's saying Kalani was a good prime minister, but they want to see the back of Kalani. So I'm not revising anything, but that's not the point I make, Madam Speaker. He speaks about the minimum wage. They introduced it, did nothing to increase it. We do not suggest that the PLP introduce the minimum wage. He unfortunately talks about the Employment Act, which was a death blow against anyone who had a base pay and relied on tips. Because now when you get dismissed, your dismissal pay is worked out on your base pay. So for instance, to a little woman who is working hard to support her family, who is a food server, who gets minimum wage as pay, back then it was, I think it was 180, 210, makes double her wage as tips, which they did. What the F&M gifted her was when they fired her, her notice and severance would be based not on the $400 or $500 that she took home, but the base pay, which was usually minimum wage. The Employment Act is a mixed bag, Madam Speaker, and the member for Golden Gates right now is legislatively looking at that, and nobody is revising history. We were talking simply about the pay of small people, according to him, the small man, in this 4 years compared to what was done to them in the last 4.5 years. And so nothing revisionist about it. I congratulate the member from Kalani, who we accept was doing the best he could. We just thought it wasn't good enough, but they are saying and celebrating it, that it was good. And I think it is just a mark of ingratitude, which is the worst character defect, what they're doing to Kalani, a man who they are now praising as having done all of these good things. Is really ungrateful. And when we were young, ungrateful children got spanked.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, on this side, we continue to be very proud, Madam Speaker, of all of the F&M administrations, including the one led by the member for Kalani, Madam Speaker, and that remains. And we continue to believe that, Madam Speaker. We don't walk away from our administrations and the accomplishments. No government is perfect. And so, Madam Speaker, and the member for Kalani would be the first to tell you that no administration is perfect, but a lot of great things were done in the previous F&M administration, Madam Speaker. But I thank the honorable member again for his intervention. So just to wrap this up, Madam Speaker, I won't belabor it. I know he talked about, the member for Freetown, about the union leaders and so forth. Madam Speaker, those are real behemoths out there. Real behemoths out there who have issues and are complaining. They're not, Madam Speaker, they're not walking in the hot sun because they have nothing to do. They're walking out there and protesting because they felt aggrieved, Madam Speaker. And the honorable member talked about this relationship with the union. The union said you haven't been honoring your agreements. You all signed that memorandum of understanding, and they said you haven't held up your side of the bargain. And that's the reality. Because even if part of the agreement, as I said before in here, if you have 19 points or 20 points you say that you would agree on in the agreement, and if you do not fulfill 2 or 3, that means you've not fulfilled the agreement. So the agreement has not been filled, Madam Speaker. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to talk on behalf of the Speaker. Oh. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I turn to this bill, Madam Speaker, and we do support this bill, Madam Speaker, and the importance of this infrastructure and what we do with data in our country, both in a private and a public sense, Madam Speaker. And I will say, Madam Speaker, that the member for Bain and Grandstown, he has been forward-thinking on these issues, and I salute him for that, Madam Speaker. I salute him. he and I would have spent a lot of time around each other in the basketball fraternity, so I know about his basketball acumen, but I've come to appreciate his view of this part of the sector. So I could give the honorable member his props for that, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, this issue of data, and it was said earlier by a number of speakers that, you know, we live in a world, Madam Speaker, where there's so much data going across our phones, personal data, data of all sorts, Madam Speaker, that make us vulnerable, Madam Speaker. It does add to the efficiency of our life and in the way we conduct our lives, and in the way, obviously, it makes government efficient as well. But one of the things that East Grand Bahama, and I would hasten to say, Madam Speaker, that a lot of times when we bring these bills, nobody can stand up and say that a bill is perfect. And that's why every parliament does, in a number of cases, amendments, because enough time would have passed where you can see, well, this is a blind spot and we need to change this, or we need to amend this. Or even from the get-go, Madam Speaker, you could possibly see some of the pitfalls that may be ahead or some of the concerns. And so the honorable member for East Grand Bahama was just highlighting, justifiably so, Madam Speaker, some of the concerns as we go along. We did indicate that this is a good first step, Madam Speaker, but that we want to make sure that we strengthen it, Madam Speaker, as best as we could. One of the things that was noted, Madam Speaker, was the need for IXPs, Internet Exchange Points in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in this report here, and I'll table this, Madam Speaker, this report from IRCA on Statement of Results and Final Decision, Madam Speaker, issued the 21st of August 2020, Madam Speaker. I thought that it's very instructive to share with this Parliament, Madam Speaker, the context in which this dialogue, Madam Speaker, was being engineered for looking at the possibilities of and the need for internet exchange points in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And it says here, Madam Speaker, while broadband access and usage in the Bahamas have improved considerably, the use of the internet to fuel business innovation and service delivery in both the private and public sectors locally remains a challenge. Currently, there are no IXPs in the Bahamas, and local ISPs route locally destined IP traffic between their networks through an intermediary switching facility in Miami and back. IRCA is cognizant that a previous attempt to introduce IXP technology in the Bahamas was unsuccessful. As IRCA understands it, the government of the Bahamas now views the presence of IXPs in country as vital to the development of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas' digital space. In total, the government's priority is to leverage the full potential of the internet to drive digital entrepreneurship and transformation in the public and private sectors. Stemming from the draft ECS policy, IRCA issued the consultation document setting out its preliminary thinking on the regulatory measures required to stimulate build-out of IXPs in the Bahamian market. Within the consultation document, IRCA expressed that the build-out of Bahamian IXPs would be in harmony with the Act and the government's strategic vision for communications, for the communications sector. In the context of this, IRCA stated that there are compelling reasons to promote an IXP formation in the Bahamas, noting that access to this technology would help to catalyze the measures that enable the internet and digital economy outlined in the ECS policy. In particular, a Bahamian IXP would, amongst other things, support government's plan to create a tech hub in Grand Bahama and digital transformation in delivery of essential public services, and the build-out of data centers that can facilitate and enhance the development of a smart, connected, and sustainable Bahamas. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this as I'm sure we all could agree that this is the way, or one of the ways for us to head, Madam Speaker. How do we continue to strengthen this structure? How do we continue to ensure that this particular space continues to be more efficient, and obviously the issues of sovereignty in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. So whether it's our territorial borders, Madam Speaker, or in this case, our digital borders, Madam Speaker, how do we ensure that both those, Madam Speaker, are protected in the same vein, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, as we continue to evolve, as a country, and be the best that we can be, we continue to forge ahead with important pieces of legislation such as this. And we hope, Madam Speaker, that the constructive criticism that has been given and that will be given today, it is not reflective of a lack of a support, but reflective of our commitment as an opposition to ensure that we be better than where we currently are, even when we note that progress is happening, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. And as I take my seat, again, just to remind the government that those Bahamians out there today and who were here last week, Wednesday, yeah, and we were there to support them, absolutely. And we were there, and we will continue to support them, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, those people, Madam Speaker, those people are crying out. And what amazes me right now is, even as you hear members, right, they won't stand up and say that those persons, they understand their cry. They're more focused on what it's doing, how it's making their government look. They're not going to stand up and talk about how much they empathize. They are more focused. Well, somebody at least in here today stand up and say that they understand the cry of the people and that these people should be paid. Somebody should stand up and say, but they won't stand up and say, because what they've chosen right now, Madam Speaker, is their political position rather than those persons out there, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't let the good gentleman from St. Barnabas get away with that. As the Prime Minister would have said, this review or salary review was the brainchild of the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador. This was totally unsolicited. This was the government's position that we will review salaries, this to go on top of the other promotions, back pays, and benefits. I cannot let the good member say that. So it is not what we say, not get up and say, oh, we feel. It is what we are doing. And yes, as the Prime Minister said, they will get their funds in December. And for those who do not think that that's going to happen, there's already been a payment to the mid-managers. Some people have, well, before Christmas, let's call it December, sometime in December. And so the goodwill of the government in the payment of the middle managers is something we cannot dispute. All we are asking to say, the government have acted in good faith, and there is every reason to believe that we will fulfill our promises that was made, that came from this side, not the unions coming to us because we negotiated agreements with them, some 50 plus, of which, for the most part, if somebody is so bad on your first agreement, would you sign a second one? And so we understand that we are in that season now. But judge us not, St. Barnabas, on what we say, but what we do. We have paid the middle managers, and the Prime Minister, the MP for Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador says that the remaining staff who are eligible will be paid in December. I just want that on the record.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, while the honourable member, or even the member for Yamacraw, right? No, because you were also explaining, you know, so it wasn't explained. Okay, but but even this disparity, Madam Speaker. So these PSs, Madam Speaker, right? Who they themselves obviously deserve whatever they get. Let me say that again. Some of them got back pay in terms of $40,000 in back pay. $40,000. And so when Bahamians look at the disparity between what they have been given and what has been offered to those people down there, that's an issue. Something has to be fixed. Madam Speaker, the point is, and this will be it, that the people those workers on the road today view how they're being treated as an injustice, Madam Speaker, and that's what it remains.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pine.
Madam Speaker, again, right in this term, you know, there were people at the bottom of the scale who, in terms of workers, we had a minimum wage on top of the other increases. So we're not even talking to what the government had done in the reclassifications, the promotions, back pay that was due sometime almost a decade. This is on top of that. Now, clearly, the MP for St. Barnabas, who is senior to me, cannot be putting one set of workers against the next, the middle class, the middle managers against the lower levels. Clearly, that cannot be the intent. When this government position is, all of those affected will receive their monies.
Thank you, honourable member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Kalani.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into the debate, I just want to address some concerns my constituency had brought forward to me, many of which I would have known about. The island of New Providence especially, not some other family islands, was devastated by rain, and subsequently resulted in a lot of flooding throughout various communities. It's important that we know that the western part of New Providence, Kalani constituency, comprise of a lot of wetlands, lakes, and ponds. It also comprises of a lot of cavities, and therefore individuals are always advised to be careful when they're buying land within the western part of the island because of these large cavities. Madam Speaker, the flood had brought forth some challenges. Before I talk about how Kalani was assisted, I want to personally thank, on behalf of my constituency, the member for South and Central Eleuthera, the minister responsible for works, who was very cooperative in assisting the community of Kalani, but I'm certain the entire Bahamas. And I thought Works did an excellent job. But, Madam Speaker, there are two areas of concern to me. The airport road was flooded, and as we come out of Tropical Garden heading towards the Life of Key area, the airport road immediately adjacent to the airport was somewhat smooth, but yet flooded. Then, as we did our check to report as to the progress, the airport road was no longer smooth, but somewhat lumps detected, irregularity. We know that the Bahamas has a lot of cavities. We know that the Bahamas has a lot of limestone. If If the land was flooded, Madam Speaker, the fear is that the limestone below the airport road may have undergone some degree of degradation, and so would the soil as a result of the flooding. And therefore, I'm asking the Ministry of Works if they can examine that road thoroughly before a cavity appear and cause some serious injury to individuals or vehicle. A cavity had already appeared just west of this, and that was dealt with appropriately by the Ministry of Works. But the other concern, Madam Speaker, is the curve between Sun Fun and Sapodilla. That area was severely flooded, and those who are not familiar with the area, just on the southern part of that road, there's a ditch that was created for water runoff. And 2 tourist vehicles were trapped just recently, and that can be very dangerous. And the road is, that area is still wet. And therefore, I would ask the Ministry of Works whether they can put up some sign warning that this area is soft and can be somewhat dangerous, just to protect our people. But again, I speak again about the wetlands, not filling in our wetlands. And I know it's burdensome on government, but if individuals own wetlands, either in the interest of the nation, government can purchase the wetland to protect the future of the nation, or they can make a swap. We have a lot of crown land. Give them proper land elsewhere of their choice, so as to save the wetlands and subsequently save our future. Madam Speaker, potholes. There are complaints again about potholes. But I want those in the Kalani constituency, and the Ministry of Works will deal with this appropriately, to understand that the potholes still have water within the cavities of those holes. We cannot repair the holes as long as water is there. We have to wait for proper repair for the water on the holes to dry. And I'm certain that after those cavities or those potholes are dried, we will continue to press the Ministry of Works to repair them. So I ask the residents of Kalani to kindly be patient. We cannot move on any repair work until the area is completely dried. And then, Madam Speaker, during the last hurricane, Hurricane Dorian, we learned a lesson. Many homes were destroyed or damaged. And it took, in many instances, it would appear at least about 50% of homes required less than $10,000 to get them back together immediately. And we were advancing what we called a micro-hurricane insurance for low-income Bahamian household. That type of insurance would have given them access to $10,000 to $15,000 immediately, so that they can get in their homes immediately. The government can review those files in the Office of the Prime Minister. I ask that he review those and move forward however they feel is justified. But not only should he review the micro-hurricane insurance, when you look at what is happening around the world now, when you look at the rainfall and the pattern, the weather changes, the weather pattern. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to say, but what we experienced last week was nothing more, basically a piss on the surface of New Providence or the Bahamas. The big one will come. The big one will come. And therefore, I'm recommending that there will be lots of flooding, and recommending that the government should move forward with a micro-flood insurance, just like we were proposing and we were advancing with the micro-hurricane insurance, a micro-flood insurance, and base it on income means testing for homes. What this would do, individuals would have whose interior of their homes and furnitures, etc., are damaged as a result of flooding, they would be able to mobilize $10,000 immediately and start replacing the various items that were damaged. These are just ideas. These were things that we looked at, and I think the government should consider those. I want to, before I get into the bill, I want to remind those in the Kalani constituency that on the 25th of this month, Saturday, at 6 a.m., commencing at Goodman's Bay, we will commence our pink walk, walking for breast cancer. As this is Breast Cancer Month, we are supporting those individuals, both men and women, who may have breast cancer. So I'm asking all individuals from the Kalani constituency to participate. They would have their pink shirts available to participate to support breast cancer. But Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Kalani to make my contribution to this Data Protection Bill 25. And the bill seeks to repeal and replace the Data Protection Act to regulate the collection, keeping, processing, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, and establish the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to establish the Data Protection Oversight Committee. This is an important bill, and I support this legislation. It is important as we live in an age where the detailed personal information of citizens is held by various institutions. This includes sensitive information that, if given to the wrong people, could cause significant harm, hardship, and reputational damage to individuals. It is critical that that data is held properly and responsibly. We must not live in a country in which there is the unauthorized sale and transfer of people's personal data with no accountability or recourse. Bad actors with this information could cause unspeakable harm. Every year, more matters are being transferred into the digital domain. More and more personal information is required of individuals to put online in order to do business or other tasks of everyday life. This is the way of the modern world. For all the benefits the efficiencies of the digital world provide, there is the danger that your information could fall into the wrong hands. It is important that we comprehensively update this legislation now to further protect Bahamians. Our old act is more than 2 decades old. Technology has expanded significantly during that time. New realities emerged since the conceptualization of our old act. New legislation is required to meet the circumstances of these new realities. Citizens, Madam Speaker, rely on this Parliament to create protections for the concerns of the times. The bill before us sets out data protection principles that must be upheld. Personal data in the bill is to be processed lawfully, fairly, and in a transparent manner in relation to data subject. It must be collected for specified, explicit, and legitimate purposes, and not further processed in a manner that is incompatible with those purposes. It must be adequate, relevant, and limited to what is necessary in relation to the purposes for which they are processed. It must be accurate and complete to the extent necessary for the purposes for which they are processed. And it must be kept in a form which permits identification of data subjects for no longer than is necessary for the purposes for which the personal data is processed. And finally, Madam Speaker, processed in a manner that ensures appropriate security of the personal data, including protection against unauthorized or unlawful processing and against accidental loss, destruction, or damage, using appropriate technical or organizational matters. A data controller or data processor who processes personal data contrary to the principles set out in this part of the legislation commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding $50,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or possibly both. It is important, Madam Speaker, that there are penalties to discourage misuse of the process and to punish those who break our law. And we must be willing to prosecute in cases where there is clear intent to break the law and to take advantage of individuals. Overseeing this bill will be the Office of Data Protection Commissioner. The Commissioner shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting on the advice of the Prime Minister, after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. The Commissioner shall hold office for a term not exceeding 5 years and shall be eligible for reappointment on the expiration of that term. The Commissioner, Madam Speaker, shall be subject to the oversight of the Data Protection Oversight Committee. The committee members shall comprise of 1, a retired justice of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal, a counsel and attorney having expertise in the area of data protection or privacy rights, a person representing the interests of data subjects, a person representing the interests of data controllers, and 3 other people having expertise in any one or more of the following areas: information and communications technology, finance, governance, and public administration. The functions of the committee are to monitor and review the performance of the functions of the Commissioner, to report to both houses of Parliament on any matter relating to the performance of the functions of the Commissioner, review the report laid before Parliament under Section 21 and make recommendations, and perform such other functions as may be necessary for promoting the objective of the committee under Section 89, subsection 2. Madam Speaker, provisions are made in the bill for the rights of the data subject, which include the right to access their personal data, the right to object to the processing of their personal data, and the right to make right their personal data where it is inaccurate. The bill also makes provision for defined consent in matters related to personal data, which include conditions for consent, special conditions for obtaining consent from a child or vulnerable person, and provisions related to consent for direct marketing. This is critical as modern technology allows information to be transferred at the click of a mouse or by pressing a cell phone button. Having provisions in law that require a person's consent empowers individuals and it protects them from abuse. This legislation also requires data collectors to secure the information in their possession. Despite the best efforts of companies and institutions worldwide, data breaches still occur. Hackers are skilled, organized, and determined in their nefarious trade. Stealing personal information and illegally selling it is big business. The bill causes transparency in this process. The bill requires the notification of personal data breaches by the data controller to the commissioner within 72 hours after becoming aware of such breaches. It further requires the communication of personal data breaches to the data subject by the data controller. This is important, as institutions cannot just sit quietly on such knowledge. It causes members of the public to be informed, thus allowing them to take whatever action they think is necessary to mitigate the loss of such information in the breach. The bill also creates the Data Protection Appeal Tribunal, a person to whom an enforcement notice or an information notice has been served may appeal to the tribunal against the notice. Any party to an appeal to the tribunal under Section 86 may appeal the decision to the tribunal on a point of law to the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, it is important that businesses, organizations, and ordinary citizens are made aware of this legislation. The Prime Minister has said the provisions of this bill will be rolled out over several years in order to give the business community the necessary time to process and implement the changes. This is the right move. This is a long bill with many technical requirements. It will take time and resources for organizations to fulfill the requirements of the law. There must be a partnership in bringing businesses and organizations along slowly, and the various components are brought into force. As the various components are brought into force, the Prime Minister has also said that the proper resources will be given to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner in order for there to be an extensive public education campaign, sectoral engagement, and partnership with industry. This is important. The new law would be ineffective if the people who it refers to do not know what their requirements are. And the citizens who it is about must also know what their protections exist and what rights they have under the law. The public education campaign may need to be a long one in order to lay out all the issues covered under this bill. Madam Speaker, before I take my seat, let me refer back to the member from Nassau Village. The member in his contribution gave the impression that during rainy seasons, the island may be flooded, but the only area that engaged in pumping water from their residence, home, etc., was Kalani. He gave the impression that that was a government phenomenon. I'm only talking about my interpretation. my interpret, he can't point it out until I finish. I interpret.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Nassau Village.
Madam Speaker, I know you throw a rock in the bush and whoever get hit, holler, right? I said very clearly that there was no governmental response to the flooding of the island of New Providence. However, the member for Kalani ensured that Kalani engaged in flood pumping. Every other constituency, the majority of them, had nothing and had to pretty much endure 3 to 4 feet of water. Wait till it dries.
Under the sun.
Under the sun. Evaporation. That was what we endured under the former F&M administration when it came to severe flooding on this island.
Wow.
Specifically.
My fellow Bahamians.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm glad the member clarified that. But but I don't take it, I don't take last. I don't take last. But I want the member to understand that the process had commenced in Kalani because the water, especially in the Kiskadee-Yuma area, was entering individuals' homes. Listen, was entering individuals' homes. And that's why today I'm recommending micro flood insurance, so as to deal also with Pinewood, but also with Kalani. But at that time, Madam Speaker, at that time, what we learned was that it was best to pump those individuals whose interior homes were being affected. Pumping in 2022 cost us $10,000. Just for one area, Kiskadee, $10,000. It was not cost effective moving forward. It was not cost affordable. Not affordable, not affordable. Not affordable. But those individuals, and I want you all to listen very carefully, those individuals who build on swampland, filled-in land, the moisture permeates the floor of the building. With time, their homes develop mold, as is seen on Blake Road. You all know about the government building that's mold infested. Their homes develop mold, and then children within those homes start to have respiratory problem, but nobody understands it. Individuals have come to me, and we've analyzed it. Individuals have come to me and mentioned how every time their kids are home, they have a respiratory problem. But then when they visit outside other family members, they don't have it. And they, the adults, don't have it. But I'm saying this to say, when we fill in these swamplands, we're looking at what happens today. But we're not looking at what's going to happen to that family tomorrow in terms of the mold, the respiratory problem, and other illnesses that will be pressure on our health institution. That's all I'm saying. And therefore, the public must understand that it's essential when flooding to attack those whose homes is inundated first before roads and other things. But to protect our future, we must cease and stop filling in wetlands. Buy it so as to preserve our future, and if the government do not have the money, we have over 70% of the land is crown. Grant them crown somewhere else to protect our future. That's all I'm saying. But Madam Speaker, let me say a few brief words, I've only got 4 minutes, to the Prime Minister. At the last session of Parliament, there was an angry protest outside this place. I see the day continuing. Union members want the Prime Minister to pay them what they say they owed, which just union members I'm saying, the government originally said these payments would be made by September, which came and went, and circumstances has to be taken into consideration. He has met with the union leaders and made certain pledges. I advise the Prime Minister to adhere to his promises. The Prime Minister said it'll be done before December. That could be the end of this month. That could be next month. That could be before Christmas. It's a wide range before December. So I'm only asking that the Prime Minister adhere to that statement, before December. Madam Speaker, before Christmas. Before Christmas. That could be this month. It could be November. Before December, yeah. Bahamians are outraged over the cost of electricity, food costs, rent costs, and other bills. Madam Speaker, I don't know if BPL is still doing this, but I brought this point forth. Just 2 weeks ago. Just 2 weeks ago. I don't know if they're doing it today. 2 weeks ago, I spoke about it. Many individuals in the Kalani constituency had complained of the outrageous electricity bill. Some individuals were out of town, but yet their bill went up fourfold while they were away and electricity off. Madam Speaker, it was discovered, well, I've asked those individuals to check with BPL because they may be estimating. Take a photo shot of your meter reading and write down also the meter reading. Go to BPL and tell them, this is my meter and this is the reading. Could you kindly read it? Because I was away, it does not appear right. Madam Speaker, BPL read the bill, the meter reading that was brought. The bill that was submitted to my constituent for over $1,000 was subsequently dropped to $350 because they were estimating. But all I'm saying is if they are still doing it, many Bahamians are being robbed. Stop it. Get your lazy self out and read the people's meter. They need that extra $600 to pay for food, school fees, etc. I can give numerous examples, but time running out. Madam Speaker, Prime Minister is in charge, and I ask him to fix these problems. And again, Madam Speaker, before I close, I want to say I support this legislation. I think it will add protections for Bahamians in this digital age. And I ask government to seriously look at the files that I would have left in the office of the Prime Minister about the creation of a micro-insurance plan for low-income victims, $10,000 or less, mobilize lots of homes they can get in quickly, and a micro-insurance plan for flood victims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Kalani did throw in Pinewood after press by the member for Nassau Village, and for his constituents that he was able to do things at a particular point. I commend him for that. But, you know, the people of Pinewood have been able to, for the past 40 years, they have been resilient in the realities that some constituencies are just finding out about now. And that is, and you would know in Bamboo Town, as in Nassau Village, as in South Beach, and some parts of Seabreeze, that something as simple as having carpet in your house, they're not allowed to do. Or even not putting in sheetrock because of the damage. And, you know, for the past twice in 3 weeks. We are still pumping water out of Pinewood, and that's what makes it even more gratifying and satisfying that the government has finally made that decision that we're going to present a solution, and hopefully that's done soon. You know, Madam Speaker, before I take my seat, you know, it's one thing, and I'm not one of those who don't have a sense of humor, but, you know, some of the memes and stuff that are put out as it relates to Pinewood, other communities are finding out what Pinewood have known for 40 years. In 2022, when we had that set of water, as Kalani alluded to, I had at one point 12 trucks pumping water out of Pinewood. 12 in 2022. Over the past couple of weeks, I think the most we had at one time was maybe 4 or 5, because now those trucks are being dispersed to areas that don't normally flood. We are seeing areas that haven't flooded in the past, now they're flooding now, and this is how it affects these communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Fort Charlotte, I want to begin by thanking the Honorable Minister or Member for Southern Central Eleuthera, Minister of Works, the Minister of South and Central Andros, and the Minister responsible for the Water and Sewerage Corporation, and also Mr. Robert Deal, the General Manager, Mr. Francis Clark, the Senior Engineer, and Mr. Shaquille Johnson. Madam Speaker, these past 3 weeks have been sheer hell for the people in Fort Charlotte. And I heard the member for Kalani speak about how expensive pumping is. Madam Speaker, I am so grateful to the Minister of Works, the Minister responsible for water and sewage, because for 3 weeks, they have had their assets on the ground. As you know, Fort Charlotte is a very, like Kalani, very sensitive area. There is a drainage canal which comes from Chippingham through St. Albans Drive, across to Paul Track, and then behind the zoo into Sanders Beach. That canal was re-engineered in 2004. Minister Bradley Roberts, and it maintained a flood mitigation function pretty much, but over these past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it has been an awful experience for the communities in Chippingham, the community in Adustra Estate, number 3, also in St. Albans Drive, in Paul Track, in Vista Marina, and in a number of places in the West Grove, Marlin Drive, and a number of different corners and streets. You know, Madam Speaker, the home for us working class people. The home represents our biggest investment. And also, Madam Speaker, it's generation of savings, because as we become more mobile, another generation. I remember growing up seeing a wooden house, and then as circumstances improve, you stucco it. Then another generation would build a stone structure. So when our homes are assaulted by what is clearly the effect of climate change, it erodes not only the sustainable development goals as happened in Eleuthera and Grand Bahama, the progress of women, who most of our parents are single parents' homes headed by women. And we see that it has implications for the sustainable development goals. It puts the family back 2 and 3 generations. And therefore, we have to ask some very profound questions in this country. We can't go and say, oh, people built in wetlands. Well, I mean, the government approved it. The government gave building permits, gave subdivision approval. We have to make some hard decisions about the future and not blame people who are tenants or landowners who purchased from developers who were approved by the government. And I am so grateful for our team in Fort Charlotte and for the government's response. In fact, just as I came in, Madam Speaker, I've been today speaking with Mr. Deal, with Mr. Johnson, and with Mr. Clark, trying to get relief. When I see these videos and people have to take the shoes off, raise up their pants or their dress to get into the home and out of the home, that's intolerable. That's not, we cannot allow that. And we have to ask some questions. Should we build a new capital? Move the capital to Andros and have a planned capital for a growing country, a country that plays way above its size. You know, we have to think, this is a time for revolutionary thinking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Madam Speaker, in this, I don't see no party. I don't see no party, because this is a national crisis that requires all hands on deck. Madam Speaker, Fort Charlotte lost a hero, and I use this word with no hesitation, a hero. A Bahamian whose family came from Bullock's Harbor in the Berry Islands and rooted their family in the community of Fort Charlotte. And we had, I just want to talk about Bishop Gomez. In 1972, right before independence, he was appointed as a bishop of Barbados. Served Barbados well. In fact, the Prime Minister of Barbados released a statement about the work he did as head of the Anglican Church in Barbados. In 1984, the government called him to national service to serve as a commissioner on the Commission of Inquiry about Drugs and the Transshipment of Drugs through the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The only Bahamian on the commission. And even though, this is why I call him a prophet, even though from here, went to school with the people in the cabinet, in findings by the commission, he had the courage to write a minority report. That could not have been easy. But he did it because he was a man of conscience. Whether we agree or disagree, I applaud him today for the moral courage that he demonstrated. Then he came home, Bishop of the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and was always a prophetic voice within our country, serving not only the communion of Anglicans, but serving the country, was a nationalist serving the country. And Madam Speaker, in 2008, when he retired, he continued to serve. And I just want to put on the record, Madam Speaker, something that came on Facebook. A young priest who also hails from Fort Charlotte. She is director of St. Michael's Church in Eleuthera and served, I think, as a rector for about 5 or more churches in South and Central Eleuthera. Her name is Reverend Allison Dean. Dean, D-E-A-N, right out of Fort Charlotte. We know her mother, Gina, who has a distinguished career in the Ministry of Health and Community Nursing, and her father, Henry Dean, who is well known within our community. This is what Reverend Allison Dean wrote, and I quote, "It is no exaggeration to say that I would not be who I am today without the most Reverend Drexel W. Gomez. I spent countless hours at his dining room table and on the phone with him. Mrs. Gomez and Jeanette both knew my phone voice well. He was a confidant, counselor, spiritual director, confessor. He loved a good joke, and his intellectual capacity could hardly be matched. At one point, I became what can only be described as his personal secretary, typing sermons, lectures, and letters. Through all the questions and doubt about ordination, he was there, solid and dependable. He had an unwavering conviction that I was called to be ordained, but he never pushed me. Rather, he gave me room to wrestle and struggle and find my way. Few people knew that it was him who made the arrangement with Wycliffe College's principal at the time, George Sumner, now Bishop of Dallas, that made it possible for me to pay for seminary there. And it was such a privilege to be ordained deacon by him on the 1st of November 2020 in our beloved St. Agnes, more than a decade after his retirement. The chasuble I wore at my first Mass was a gift from him. It had been made for him by some nuns many years ago. It is a gift I will always cherish. One short post could never contain all he was to me and for me. Indeed, no amount of words could ever be sufficient for the purpose any more than they could explain the depth of my grief. But despite my sadness, I do rejoice that he is now free from pain and distress. For mortal has put on in immortality and the perishable imperishability. Joseph Addison penned these beautiful words more than 300 years ago. Through every period of my life, thy goodness I'll pursue, and after death in distant worlds, the glorious theme anew. Through all eternity to thee, a joyful song I'll raise. For, oh, eternity is too short to utter all my praise. End quote. I want to say farewell to this Bahamian giant who served us so well. I also want to, Madam Speaker, the family through McQuay Street lost an institution of that community, Ethel Brown, who comes from the Grant family. Her home was a community center. And what wonderful soups and Bahamian delicacies. Whenever she made a pot of soup, she would call me. And when I go there, my bowl would be ready for me to take home for my family. And Ethel was a committed community member. Her children, her daughters, Nia and Elle, were also, I personally am grateful for the contribution they made to our community outreach and to my political career in Fort Charlotte, as Quarry Mission was a part of Fort Charlotte in 2002 and 2007 campaign. The bill before us today, Madam Speaker, is a bill which touches what I call a fundamental right. In other words, we have to always begin with the Constitution. The Constitution in Article 21, subsection 1, provides that, except with his consent, no person shall be subjected to the search of his person or his property or to the entry by others on his premises. This provision of the Constitution has been construed as the foundation of a fundamental right that every person in the Bahamas has to their identifiable characteristics, and especially in terms of their geometric. That is, those unique characteristics. And in the definition, it also speaks about special data, sensitive personal data, racial, ethnic origin, political opinions, religious beliefs, trade union membership, genetic data, biometric data, sex, life, or orientation, medical data, health record, financial records, financial position, criminal record, proceedings. So what we see here then, these are intimate matters of concern for every individual. And what this bill does, Madam Speaker, is that it seeks to balance this fundamental right that we all have, on the one hand. And as speakers prior to me have spoken about the moment we're in, and that is a technological revolution, a technological revolution which makes all of us vulnerable because we must release our data for everyday transaction. Kalani talk about the phone. East Grand Bahama talk about multiple arenas of social intercourse. Nassau Village spoke also about how it could impact the competitiveness of the country. You know, we play way above the size of the population, Madam Speaker. We are a financial center. And a financial center, it revolves around the concept of confidence. People must be confident that their investment in this jurisdiction is handled with lawfully, is handled with competence, and that it is transparent to the regulators which govern the particular sector of the economy that they're in. So what we see then, a revolution which introduces massive risk to the fundamental rights that persons have and enjoy within this country. We have at stake our competitiveness. And what I wish to state, Madam Speaker, in balancing these factors is that the only constant is that we must constantly change our law. This is not the end. We have to be nimble, and we also have to be wise. We have to be inclusive as the Parliament ideas and suggestions and recommendations are being put forward. We have to use the collective wisdom of the Parliament in order to get the best construct for this moment. But because we're living in a revolution, we will have to be constantly reviewing and constantly amending because the technology is developing at the speed of light. Recent global privacy cases involving, Madam Speaker, and we all know the names, they are the largest. They are the largest technology companies in the world. They have been cited by regulators for data breach. They have been fined a massive amount, sometimes equal to a percentage of our GDP, for the breach of clients' data, personal data. So we see that the companies and entities with the greatest resources are themselves victim. And I know East Grand Bahamas spoke about cybersecurity. Now, clearly, all of these companies whose names I don't have to call because we all know them, and they have the resources. So we have to be innovative, we have to be nimble, and we have to be constantly updating our digital protection. And I just want to say, because I heard it said that the government data is, what they call it? Sovereign data. But I can say for immigration, immigration's data is in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You know, it's, all of its data is not in any other jurisdiction. It's in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas because the whole question of sovereignty is very serious. Because, you know, people may say, well, why would they be curious about the Bahamas? Well, the Bahamas, that would be a naive question. Because as small as we are, Madam Speaker, when it comes to financial services, when it comes to the digital currency, the Bahamas is competing with the United States. When it comes to tourism, the Bahamas is competing with the world. When it comes to financial services, the Bahamas is competing with the OECD member countries. And we see we have been in a long dialogue with them about selective naming and shaming. Madam Speaker, in order to get off to monitoring not the list of the FATF, the Bahamas had to abolish bearer shares. Now, Madam Speaker, it's ironic that today you can go to Delaware and you can incorporate a company and come back home with your bearer shares. You know, it's possible. The world is not fair, but it's the world that we live in. And therefore, small countries with such a brilliant population, because our financial services is competitive. The professionals who work in this sector, equal to those in London, Paris, Guernsey, any other part of the world, Madam Speaker. Because, you know, Madam Speaker, I often say when it comes to this kingdom of the mind, there is no size. The next major invention in the tech industry, and I know Grand Bahama is pushing very heavily to become the center of the new tech industry in the Bahamas, but maybe someone right from one of our public schools who learn how to code and comes up with an app right in their bedroom. So in this kingdom, Madam Speaker, that's why it's important for us to give our people the tools. There is no size, because innovation, invention is open to everybody once they have the tools and they have been given the kind of solid education, especially in math and science, have the capacity to become an inventor in this tech. And also it could be a song. It could be not just music, it could be a play. It could be a novel. It could be a poem. Every single arena of human activity. It could be someone as a fly fishing. Prescott's father invented one of the rods that is used in fly fishing. So it could be any area of human endeavor where the human ingenuity and imagination can be applied to a technique that changes how the world does something. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas has developed a clear demand for modern, enforceable data protection laws. As the nation's economy depends on financial services, e-commerce, and international data flows, aligning with global standard is essential. And not just aligning, but innovating. Because in the area of digital currency, this jurisdiction was able to enact a digital currency exchange law before our neighbor to the north, which is still grappling. Is it a commodity? So we have to continue to be innovative. Global precedents have directly shaped the data protection bill which is before us, ensuring that Bahamian law protects individuals' privacy while enabling responsible innovation. Madam Speaker, the message from the world's courts is clear. Progress in this digital age requires robust protection and accountability to sustain public trust and global credibility. This bill establishes clear moral and legal standards for individuals involved in the collection, storage, or use of personal information, not only in the private sector, but also in the public sector. The bill underscores the notion that trusts must be safeguarded in the process of data management. More significantly, this bill is a testament that the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas worked with due diligence to provide modern, relevant, and comprehensive legislation. Fully aware, Madam Speaker, that we may be here next year because we're living in a revolution. Scott Heron said a revolution will be televised. Well, the revolution is here. With this bill, the government dispelled the conclusion of the 2003 Data Protection Act, described as outdated, lagging behind, or insufficient, considering the modern data challenges. This bill positions the Bahamas alongside its regional counterparts, Jamaica, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, and Belize, in advancing legalized data protection and embracing digital governance, privacy assurance, and international compliance. The principles of the Data Protection Bill are reflective of international practice. Data that is collected must be handled lawfully, fairly, and transparently. Collected only for specific, legitimate purposes, with limits governing only what is relevant and necessary. According to the law, data controllers and processors working in government, business, or civil society must uphold and demonstrate compliance with the core data protection principles that I've mentioned. Technical security and ethical accountability and practice must work systematically. Non-compliance can result in substantial fines and imprisonment. This reminds us all that data protection is not an option, but it is a matter of public trust. Data must be accurate, kept up to date, and stored no longer than is required. Integrity and security, Madam Speaker, are the hallmarks of this bill, protecting individuals from misuse, loss, or unauthorized use. Madam Speaker, the core principle is that of consent. Once we accept the proposition that it is a fundamental right, then informed consent under strict conditions outlined in this legislation, with clear evidence must be provided of the subject's consent, the use of plain language in written declarations of consent, emphasizing and ensuring that consent is distinguishable and easily understood. Data controllers must inform individuals of their right to withdraw this consent. As, Madam Speaker, as we seek to balance these competing interests, fundamental rights by the supreme law, guaranteed by the supreme law of the land, living in a revolutionary, technological revolution, maintaining the global competitiveness of the country. We see that this bill seeks to harmonize these three competing interests. with heavy emphasis on the protection of the fundamental rights of persons within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Fort Charlotte believes that this bill accomplishes, Madam Speaker, just less than 1 minute, please. This bill accomplishes a fine balance with these three competing interests, and I would recommend that there be unanimous support for the bill, and certainly Fort Charlotte supports the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
I am pleased to be able to rise in this place on behalf of the wonderful people of Long Island. Madam Speaker, a little bit of catching up to do. I was off the island last week. I have not been able to get my condolences. So I want to begin in my constituency. Madam Speaker, to what extent condolences to the family of Mrs. Kathleen K. Newman of Bedminster. Her daughter Lisa, I know Lisa from school days, and the entire family. The family of Mr. Nick Cartwright, an Apple man, Hamilton's Long Island, and he's the father of one of my cousins, Precious. The family of Miss Virginia Jane Smith, Seymour's, Mr. Delbert and Ruth. The family of Mr. Lehman Burroughs, his wife, his children, his brother Eddie, Selena, his first cousin Dillis Smith, the entire family. The family of Mr. Stephen Jolly of Running Brown, Long Island. You know, Jolly was a consummate businessman who constantly reinvented himself. Saw him recently on a flight to Nassau, so to his family, to his wife Lisa and kids, I extend condolences. Family of Mr. Ricky Darwell and the entire community of Petties, his wife Miriam, daughter Joanna, mom, the entire family, and the entire community of Petties, and then condolences. The family of Mr. Richard McCarty. Mr. McCarty passed yesterday. You know, it pained me to see a video of his body being taken in a white bag in the back of a police truck in the rain. So to his wife Thelma and his 6 sons, I extend my condolences. Of course, I also extend condolences to the family of Miss K. Marilyn Riley, the sister of Mrs. Nora Cartwright, and her brother-in-law, of course, Mr. Delbert Cartwright, and the entire family. I extend condolences as well. Madam Speaker, the last occasion I was here, you know, my brother Vaughn, member for Golden Isles, was also here. And the last time we had a lengthy chat was, I think, right during that time in the smoker's room. So I was quite shocked, Madam Speaker. I happened to be up late that night when I got word around 2:30 on that morning that he had passed, you know. And so I want to pay my respects to him. One was truly a colleague and a friend. He was a man whose life was rooted in faith. And every address, from we first came here in 2017, he would start with Yahweh Elohim, unashamedly declaring his devotion to God. I held Vaughn in the highest regard. He was principled, decent, and sincere. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, beyond politics, he was a source of encouragement and prayer for me. He would often call and just to check in, ask how I was doing. You know, when I heard he died, I went looking at some of our messages. You know, and one of the last messages he sent to me, "Good night, my brother. Be encouraged. He will never leave or forsake you. Keep your hope, trust, and confidence in him." You know, and this was, you know, among the many messages and calls from Brother Vaughn over the last few years. And so I know him to be a decent human being, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of our last conversations, as I indicated, was in the smoker's room. and he had offered advice. He spoke with peace about his years of service and expressed satisfaction that he had given 2 times to the people. A man of humility. Our relationship was not bound by politics, and though we ran together in the F&M, and then he later departed and went to the PLP, that never altered our friendship. I often reminded him of how my grandparents admired him. And when I was a boy, how I would listen to him on 12:40 a.m. You know, it's interesting, you know, some of the persons inside this room, you know, you're younger than some of them. You grow up knowing who they are or listening to them, and you come and you end up serving in the same place. And so his preaching, his singing, his steadfast spirit was familiar to me, Madam Speaker, in childhood. To me, he was always Brother Vaughan. Brother Vaughan. And I remember him coming to Long Island to minister in the Church of God. I looked forward to welcoming him to Long Island one day to sing and preach at my grandparents' church. And he'd promised that he would come. But you know, life has other plans. God has other plans. And so on behalf of my family and the people of Long Island, I want to publicly express from this place my deepest condolences to his family. May he rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I also want to extend condolences to the family of the Archbishop, Drexel Gomez. You know, yesterday, Damien called me crying. And I could hear him crying. I never heard him cry before, so he and I, when we were talking, he was in tears. And he informed me that his dad had passed away about 15 minutes before. I'm happy I got an opportunity to interact with him. The first time I actually met Bishop Gomez was in Super Value in the Isle. And so it is with deep respect and profound sorrow that I extend my condolences to Damien, to his wife, to the entire family. You know, many don't know this, but Bishop Gomez was a man that spoke different languages, Latin being one of them. You know, he was a man of immense faith and intellect and conviction. And I respected him because of what he believed in. He was not shy about expressing his truth. And he was a man, I believe, of unwavering devotion to God and truth. And so on behalf of my family and the people of Long Island, I extend my condolences from this platform. May his soul rest in peace, and may his life and the light of his life continue to guide and inspire us all. Madam Speaker, you know, before I get into this debate, there are a couple of matters I want to speak to, Madam Speaker. Firstly, Madam Speaker, I am a strong proponent of a national lottery. Very much so. I see some talk in the newspapers about gambling houses and certain requests and so on. I believe, Madam Speaker, that a national lottery generates revenue for the government to fund education, healthcare, infrastructure, sports and culture, youth initiatives, etc. I believe that would support national development through responsible allocation of lottery funds. And I believe that the majority of people, Madam Speaker, would have greater participation in the profits and that all of us would benefit rather than it being concentrated in the hands of a few. I also believe, Madam Speaker, that it promotes fairness by giving everyone equal access and opportunity. It encourages patriotic participation with people contributing through just the purchase of a lottery ticket for national causes. And so I'm one of those persons who vehemently and strongly support the introduction of a national lottery. Madam Speaker, I'm also one of those persons who believe that it is unconstitutional for any Bahamian to be banned from participating in casinos. It's discriminatory to the populace. And I believe that that should be subject to a constitutional challenge. I'm really surprised that it hasn't been at this juncture. I do not believe that there should be one rule for tourists and one rule for natives. That's a no-no. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to a few issues in my constituency. And frankly, I'm quite concerned about a number of matters that has arisen in my constituency in recent time and has been, in many instances, ongoing for some time. Madam Speaker, we, much like Nassau, we're having a flooding issue down there in Long Island. The parts of Long Island is being flooded, and we see that there are new road works afoot. However, I don't see where they are putting or making provisions for drain wells and culverts as this new road work gets on. I see where they've scarified the road, where they're putting down the quarry, but I don't see where they're digging or making provision for drainage and culverts, and we definitely need it. So that is something that, if it isn't in the contract, it should be included in the contract, and it's certainly something that the Ministry of Works needs to look into. Madam Speaker, I share the views of the member for Kalani when he spoke about the price of electricity and meter reading. I mean, I have personally had cause to question my electricity price or bills, because, I mean, it's soaring. The government promised lower energy costs, but frankly, if you want to be honest, that has not been delivered thus far. And so that is a concern, I believe, for many, many persons, Madam Speaker. And if BPL is estimating my bill, certainly I would invite them to come out and read. So I know that there are a number of persons who have that same concern, that their bills are inordinately high, and they don't quite understand how that has come about, particularly persons who may not be in a particular location for an entire month, who might live elsewhere, etc. Madam Speaker, there's also, I mentioned earlier about this body in the back of the truck. The issue of the ambulance, the ambulances and the drivers and the EMTs, that came up in the summer. And that was some national discourse. I'm looking for that to be resolved, and to be resolved speedily. Obviously, we need to not be able to carry in our sick in the back of pickup trucks and flatbeds and so on. It is undignified, and it is something that no Bahamian should be subjected to, and certainly not my constituents. So, Madam Speaker, we had a recent incident. There's a lady, Miss Plumetta Major. We call her Plummy on the island, 82. She went missing some weeks ago, and unfortunately, she's not been found. And it appears that the investigation has gone cold, right? And there are many of my constituents have questions as to what happens next, because nobody's been found. We know that we have a wild hog situation up there, but this is a woman who, I understand, suffers from dementia, and she has been missing now for any number of weeks, and we have no idea as to what happened, where she is she dead, where's her body, So this is a cause for concern for my constituents, great concern for my constituents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the Data Protection Bill 2025. And indeed, Madam Speaker, while we do not reject data protection, we demand real protection and modernization that reduces citizen burdens and guards our sovereignty, Madam Speaker. Now, there are some things that the bill gets right. You see, we know that the previous bill is outdated. Okay, when you think about the age of social media and all of these digital advancements, AI, etc., and you think about how far we have come in terms of data management and data and media on the whole, clearly that is of no moment in today's age. However, Madam Speaker, like I said, what the bill gets right is it seeks to embrace modern principles, right? And it appears to have like it requires public agencies to obey. It has a breach notification and logging regime. The controllers must report breaches within 3 working days, must log all security incidents. And then it speaks to risk management. You know, high risk obviously gets scrutiny and it encourages privacy by design. But these are some of the good points. There are some solid foundations. But as always, Madam Speaker, the devil is in the implementation and in what the bill leaves ambiguous. Madam Speaker, this bill has some concerns as it relates to sovereignty. The bill explicitly allows for transfers abroad. Section 53, for example, allows foreign transfers of our data. Section 55 speaks to reviews of cross-border flows within the first year. So there are some risks that are posed, Madam Speaker. Foreign legal exposure. You're talking about your citizen registry could be subpoenaed under foreign court orders. That's the reality of it. Okay? And then you have another set of risks could speak to outage or latency, dependency risk. You think about disasters and sea cable cuts. If systems are offshore, the possible collapse of service. And so, you know, it seems like we are relying on a foreign host to protect our data. And that is a concern. I believe we should define critical public data: identity, civil registry, immigration, NIB, road traffic, and mandate in-country or tightly treaty-bound residency for that tier of data. Madam Speaker, vendor contracts must include or should include a local fallback, Bahamian jurisdiction, and citizen notice obligations. And I'm going to come to speaking on citizen notice obligations in a moment. And the commissioner should be made to table an annual sovereignty report to Parliament. Madam Speaker, you see where the bill says that the commissioner should act independently. But you know, and I know, that oversight and budget and these appointments risk politicization. Okay? We need more definition on how the commissioner could be removed. When you think about fixes, let's protect the tenure of the commissioner or put him on a fixed term, right? And implement, like I said, a definitive way by which to define all the means and ways by which the commissioner should be removed. Madam Speaker, one of the great concerns that we have had in the country as it relates to data, right, has to do with leaks and political misuse. And there's a general distrust. Bahamians have seen personal data weaponized in election cycles. Okay? These failures are not hypothetical. We've seen this in real time. They erode trust in every registry, in various offices. Okay? So, Madam Speaker, the legislation looks good on paper, but it fails in practice unless we ensure that we put the right strictures in place to protect our data, protect our people. Because I don't, you'll hate to see in 2026 data from persons having signed up to various government agencies coming out. And we expect to see that. Madam Speaker, another issue that I have is with respect to banks and government agencies. You know, you could have an account at a particular bank, and you go back and you open another account, and this bank would request the same information that they should already have: proof of address, job letters, identity, again and again and again. Now, I understand risk and all that, right? But if a bank already has this information, they could do a case-by-case assessment as it relates to risk, rather than having somebody go from scratch and bring all this information once again. Madam Speaker, in the Bahamas, we currently have My Gateway. We have call it CARS, Certified Documents and Authentication Registrar Services, and of course, the Civil Registry Operation System. And then we also have a National Digital ID Office. However, notwithstanding that, every time you go to a different agency, there seems to be a lack of interconnectivity. So they all ask citizens to, again, go and print out forms, and you carry these forms and these proofs, right? We should adopt a once-only principle, where one agency verifies the address and the identity, and the other can just pull and don't ask again. Simple as that. And I speak of the future of government services is interoperability. Systems speaking securely to each other through application programming interfaces, not Bahamians running from counter to counter with papers. That's how you do it right. That's how you do it right. You also would be able to enforce digital traceability and consent and audit trails that way too, Madam Speaker. And so I think it's best that we look to, as we move forward, we talk about data protection, integrating systems. Let's integrate the Road Traffic Department with the Passport Office, with National Insurance Board, with the Registrar General, with Customs, with Immigration, all of them talking to each other. Okay? Let's embrace convenience. This reduces friction, paper, and delays, and increases security based on fewer hands having to touch citizen data. Madam Speaker, I want to, one of the concerns, as I said earlier, for me, has to do with government hosting data outside of the Bahamas. This is a sovereignty risk, Madam Speaker. And the bill before us contemplates that personal and government data may be stored or processed in jurisdictions outside the Bahamas. Ministries and agencies are migrating to foreign-based cloud services, Madam Speaker, placing our citizens' most sensitive information on servers governed by foreign laws. Our borders, and once our data crosses these borders, Madam Speaker, it becomes subject to the legal, political, and surveillance regimes of other states. That's the reality. So I ask the government, what is the national strategy for data sovereignty? Where are our data residency policies, our encryption standards, our mirror site disaster recovery plans within Bahamian territory or under regional treaties? Frankly, Bahamians have a right to know where data lives and who can legally touch it. Madam Speaker, the United States has an act, the U.S. Cloud Act, right? And under the U.S. Cloud Act, Madam Speaker, any data stored with or accessible by a U.S. company, no matter where in the world that data is physically located, once that is a U.S. company, the U.S. government can compel for disclosure to U.S. authorities. And unless there's some direct bilateral agreement between the Bahamas and the United States limiting that reach, Bahamian citizens' data hosted on an American cloud platform is open to access under U.S. law. And even where these agreements exist, Madam Speaker, they do not guarantee true data sovereignty because the controlling jurisdiction remains foreign. Our citizens' emails, birth records, banking details, and national insurance numbers should never be subject to the whims of foreign subpoenas or surveillance powers. Madam Speaker, I want to take you back to 2023, Germany. In 2023, German regulators restricted the use of Microsoft 365 in federal institutions over concerns that the United States law, particularly the Cloud Act and data analytics practices, undermined general data protection regulation and national sovereignty of Germany. If one of the world's leading economies, Madam Speaker, step back from foreign cloud dependency, why are we sprinting towards it without guardrails? Madam Speaker, if the government's own bill says it wants to protect data, why is it simultaneously migrating public sector emails and records to US-hosted clouds where the principles of confidentiality and control could possibly be surrendered? Madam Speaker, I wouldn't use NIB, and NIB has a treasure trove of information. It's the treasure trove of Bahamian lives, Madam Speaker. When you consider the National Insurance Board, the National Insurance Board holds data on every Bahamian's birth, employment, contributions, salary, health records, and death benefits. That is the true treasure trove. And one breach, Madam Speaker, could expose our entire national identity. And yet, the government's digital modernization program proposes to move these systems and email communications to cloud platforms that are US-based and subject to the US Cloud Act. Are we about to outsource the crown jewels of our national database to a foreign host? The question is simple. Why are we outsourcing the core of our national information infrastructure instead of building sovereign, on-premises, or regionally federated cloud environments that are subject to Bahamian law? Madam Speaker, when you look at a country like Estonia, Estonia believes in a secure, sovereign, smart data protection model. When you look at them, and this is a country that's often referred to as the Digital Republic, they run a sovereign data architecture. Every citizen's information, Madam Speaker, in Estonia is encrypted. It's stored on domestic service and mirrored in a treaty-protected foreign backup in Luxembourg, not in a commercial cloud. Every data access in Estonia is logged, it's visible to the citizen, and requires legal authority. So if you log in and you're reviewing some of my data, I know that you went in. And their data identity system, Madam Speaker, is the backbone of public trust. And so this is what I believe data protection and sovereignty looks like in the modern world, not outsourcing our nation's core registries to foreign platforms. Madam Speaker, why is this bill proposed to protect data? And I can see that in principle they want to do so. If the IT strategy is to outsource, it appears to violate some of the principles it legislates. Because how can the government claim to champion privacy, but also move citizens' email and registries into foreign jurisdictions where they are subject to the Cloud Act and global analytics engines? Let's just think about that for a moment. Madam Speaker, I believe that we must move also to define critical data and legally require it to be stored within the Bahamas or under regional treaties with equivalent or stronger protections. We must require end-to-end encryption, audit logs, and sovereign key control, meaning that these encryption keys must be held by Bahamian public entities, not any foreign hosts. That is my belief, Madam Speaker. This is how we secure Bahamian data, Bahamian sovereignty, and of course, Bahamian trust. Madam Speaker, in closing, the bill has promise, but without sovereignty, independence, and citizen ease, it fails the Bahamian test. We cannot legislate halfway, Madam Speaker. We must protect Bahamians from leaks, data bullying, and political weaponization, and modernize the state so that our citizens will stop running with paper between counters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank God for this opportunity once again to be in the Parliament of the Bahamas to address issues that affect Bahamians in general and residents of Marco City in particular. And I thank them once again for giving me this rare opportunity to give voice to their dreams and aspirations and the dreams and aspirations of their children yet unborn. Today, I join members in this House lending my voice to the Data Protection Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, much of what is contained in this bill and the issues surrounding the creation of this bill has emerged out of discussions across the globe, whether it's by the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union or the United Nations organization that deals with trade and development, or as my brother from East Grand Bahama, Kwesi Thompson, visited Estonia, and therefore a lot of what they have done over the years has factored into this discussion. And of course, various members of the OECD, their regulations have also been reviewed. And of course, right here in our own jurisdiction, so many Bahamians for years have been discussing these issues, whether it's Donovan Moxey or C. Allen Johnson, or our colleague who is from Bain and Grantstown. These have been important matters discussed that have brought us to this day to solve some of the challenges we have. And so I rise today to address an issue that lies at the very heart of what is the 21st century economy, and that issue is the issue of data. Madam Speaker, it's not merely about the numbers we see on screens or the files we upload to the cloud, but the lifeblood of a modern world. It is about the information that defines who we are, our decisions, the various institutions that we're a part of, and where we are headed as a country. Madam Speaker, around the world, nations are realizing that data is really the new asset, the new oil, the new currency, and indeed the new frontier where we are negotiating issues of national sovereignty. And if the Bahamas is to assume its rightful place in a world that's changing rapidly, we have to put forth, Madam Speaker, a strategic plan, a vision, as you will, and of course summons the courage to modernize our data privacy protection and sovereignty laws. And of course we must, Madam Speaker, as a government, inspire trust, because the implementation of the law requires that the people trust not just the legislation, the will of a government to live by some simple rules. That one, they are willing to protect its citizens' privacy and those who cast their lot with us, who invest in the Bahamas, but at the same time that we are able to trust that government to be proper gatekeepers, so that the law is more than just what is on the paper, but it is in the applications of the rules. It is about demonstrating the spirit of the law to make sure that it can have full effect on the society. And so, Madam Speaker, artificial intelligence and digital platforms and global data networks are clearly reshaping every aspect of human activity, from finance and healthcare to governance, education, and a wide range of industries. In fact, it's even reshaping how we get along with our boo and our snooks, our personal relationships. In this age, Madam Speaker, power no longer rests solely on physical resources or where we are strategically located in the world. It rests, Madam Speaker, on technology and how we use it and how we permit it to impact us. But what is important in that discussion, Madam Speaker, is who controls the data, who protects it, and who can transform it into innovation and who can monetize it. That is, Madam Speaker, determine its value. Countries that fail to secure their citizens' data or to regulate how foreign platforms use it risk becoming digital colonies in an era where information is power. Information, Madam Speaker, is wealth. The Bahamas cannot afford to remain a passive participant in this transformation. The beauty, Madam Speaker, of being a developing country is that while you may be small in stature, by following best practices around the world, you can leapfrog other countries and, Madam Speaker, operate on the global stage as an equal partner, punching well above your weight. We must become an active architect in our own digital destiny, Madam Speaker. And so today, as we look at our present situation, the question is, where are we and what do we do? This bill now before us clearly is an important update to the original 2003 Act. Madam Speaker, it establishes a modern regulatory framework that introduces new oversight mechanisms. And while important, Madam Speaker, it does not go far enough, as my colleagues have already underscored. It protects the privacy of Bahamians within our borders, yes, but it does not establish the full sovereign control required in a world where our citizens' data may be stored, processed, or monetized thousands of miles away. It does not yet position the Bahamas as a jurisdiction of choice for global citizens who value privacy, digital security, and ethical AI. To build that reality, Madam Speaker, we must think beyond the issue of compliance toward constitutional protection, data sovereignty, and strategic national policy for the digital economy. This debate, Madam Speaker, is about more than technology. It is really about trust. Every Bahamian deserves two things: strong privacy and an economy that gives them a fair chance, Madam Speaker. Any data protection law we pass must do both: protect our people and promote growth, while upholding the public's right to know how their government operates, Madam Speaker. And I believe an objective evaluation of the two choices ahead of this election, Madam Speaker, will show, Madam Speaker, that this administration is not given to full transparency in how it conducts the people affairs. And its notion, Madam Speaker, of good governance does not include being completely open with its people about the reasons why they make the choices that affect all of us. Right now, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian economy is faltering, contrary to the Prime Minister's consistent characterization of this economy clicking on all cylinders, Madam Speaker. We know that we have returned to a slow to no growth trajectory, Madam Speaker. We are growing at less than 2% per annum, based not only on international evaluations and projections, but on the government's own numbers, Madam Speaker. We don't glory in it, but we wish to point it out, since the Prime Minister tends to be addicted to giving the impression that they are doing so many things that have just transformed the Bahamian economy, Madam Speaker. It is not true, Madam Speaker. No, we're not falling off the edge of the cliff, nor are we climbing the lofty mountain that we have the capacity to climb as a country. Growth is slowing. Unemployment is rising. Youth joblessness, Madam Speaker, near 20%. Families are struggling with the cost of living. And, Madam Speaker, the cost of living is outpacing the wages. This is not the time, Madam Speaker, to add new administrative and legal burdens to small and medium-sized businesses that are fighting to stay afloat in this country. Madam Speaker, this bill in some ways add weight without the required balance. This bill requires mandatory registration, breach reporting, and local representation for foreign entities. These measures, Madam Speaker, may sound harmless on paper, but for small firms, they mean new costs, new forms, new risk. For foreign investors, they raise questions about whether the Bahamas is truly open for business. Are we ready to take flight? Madam Speaker, we should be about the business of attracting investment, both local and foreign, not scaring away with red tape and failure to improve on the ease of doing business. Yes. A strong data regime should balance rights and responsibilities, but not punish growth. This administration often treats business persons, entrepreneurs, people who are on the cutting edge of change as if they are criminals. So they're suspected first before they're given credit for innovation, Madam Speaker. Secondly, this bill criminalizes what others in other jurisdictions treat as administrative. Other jurisdictions like the UK, the EU, gets results through administrative fines, not jail terms. In Europe, Madam Speaker, a company can face penalties of up to 4% of global turnover, or 20 million euros, whichever is greater. But very few offenses carry criminal liability. This bill, however, threatens up to 5 years in prison for data offenses, with administrative fines capped at just $10,000. That, Madam Speaker, in our humble estimation, is backwards. Corporations respond to financial penalties, not the threat of jail, Madam Speaker. Criminalization will slow down compliance, cooperation, and burden an already overstretched court system that we're struggling to fix. Are we really saying that we want to send Bahamian business people to prison for operational noncompliance, while major tax cheats and contract offenders go unpunished? Madam Speaker, I look with great curiosity. I don't mean to digress, but the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is talking about auditing the Jankuru groups, and what they have seen preliminarily is some troubling things. The very ministry, Madam Speaker, that we will show by laying some reports from the Public Accounts Committee, they are not good with audit. They don't respond well to audits. In fact, audits have found them wanting, Madam Speaker. So as they seek to audit JCNP, they should first go back and audit 2 of the games that they have presided over, and we haven't yet gotten the results from the World Relay. So I'm just saying, Madam Speaker, you know, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander, and we cannot afford one law for the Progressive Liberal Party and a different law for ordinary citizens. Madam Speaker, this bill, of course, grants broad exemptions without tight safeguards. The bill also gives ministers sweeping powers, which is very dangerous in general, but particularly under the PLP. They are given sweeping powers to exempt categories of processing without applying the necessary and proportionate, Madam Speaker, in this democratic society. There's a test, Madam Speaker, and I want to read that back into the hearing of the public. This bill also gives ministers sweeping powers to exempt categories of processing without applying the necessary and proportionate in democratic society tests, as used, Madam Speaker, in the UK and the EU. Without that test, this law risks becoming a political shield instead of a privacy safeguard. The same government that claims to defend your data could use these exemptions to hide its own, Madam Speaker. And this is a point that you just made a moment ago, Madam Speaker. That's probably why this administration does not want to further empower, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General's office, because truthfully, the Auditor General office had all of the resources required to hire the professionals needed. We would learn quite a few things about how governments function, Madam Speaker, and we're talking about all governments. We don't play favorites in this regard. Colleagues, we have learned hard lessons. FTX should have sharpened our focus on digital assets governance and the protection of personal data in high-risk environments. Madam Speaker, during that fiasco and in the aftermath of it, people lost trust. And we must rebuild it with rules that prevent misuse and that require security by design and hold firms to account. And we must speak to trust today, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member for Marco City, by his assertion, seems to be disagreeing with the liquidator appointed in the U.S., who found that the Bahamian system was robust, held FTX to account, and has resulted in nearly full recovery for those harmed by FTX. All of the rest of it I'll address in my closing, but that is just in stark opposition to what the person representing those harmed by FTX appointed in the U.S. said about our system, which I might add, the construction of which started an FNM administration. And that's not to say it was bad, that's to say that this is something that as we develop our financial services regime, it has been something that both administrations work diligently at.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I wish to continue only to say that we ought to be careful as policymakers not to cozy up with folks and give the impression that we may be pursuing personal benefits versus benefits for the sector that we're in, and I'll leave that there. Madam Speaker, this is the same government that told the public workers in this very House that raises would arrive, then missed the dates, then offered shifting explanation. Workers heard promises, workers planned their lives, but the promises were not realized. Only through a show of force were they able, in the first instance, to get a prime minister to come out and greet them, and then in the second instance to flee from them because he did not have satisfactory answers for actions that he had taken, Madam Speaker. I applaud the leaders of these trade unions, Madam Speaker, for their courage and their tenacity and their consistency, Madam Speaker, in both, Madam Speaker, challenging an FNM and a PLP government, Madam Speaker. So for those that wish to politicize this on one side of the divide, let us be clear. They have challenged both administrations. This administration that signed an MOU cannot take the same medicine that have us on this side, Madam Speaker. And so we ask them to just calm down, take the medicine, and then switch sides come next general election, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, if they cannot keep their word to the people who serve the country, what makes you think they will keep their word to most of the Bahamians who are concerned about the state of their personal data in the hands of a government that weaponizes institutions of the state, Madam Speaker? They want trust, but they haven't earned it. This government governs in secrecy and deflects when questioned. In fact, they bully people who question, threaten public workers, Madam Speaker, in a speech that talked about fairness. And again, Madam Speaker, the workers answered the threats by saying, "This me now." They used the words of, the powerful words of a Marian, "This me now," and they came downtown to show the government what time it is. Consider their record, Madam Speaker. They attempt to criminalize so-called false news with a direct attack on free expression and accountability.
Madam Speaker, the member is wrong on many accounts, and he indicated that the public servants or workers were threatened on television, and that is totally incorrect. And unless the member, a threat, Madam Speaker, I'm on a point of order. The member, you have the floor. You have the floor. I'm not representing you. You said clearly that they were threatened in public, and you said in his address, which was in public. So either you withdraw or you state where the threat was made.
Madam Speaker, in case the member is unclear, which I believe he is, and in case I was unclear, Madam Speaker, let me just state it for the public. The public servants were threatened that if they did not show up to work and took action to defend their entitlement, what is their right, that their salaries would again be deducted. So, Madam Speaker, we interpret that as a threat. And so, Madam Speaker, This government governs with secrecy and deflects when questioned, Madam Speaker.
Members.
Let us look at their record, Madam Speaker. They attempt to criminalize
Chair
so-called
recognizes the honourable
false
member for
news.
Yamaha.
Madam Speaker, the member is trying his best, and he falls very short of trying to castigate the government in this diatribe. The member knows very clearly that the public service and the workers are governed by rules of the public service regulations, general orders, and their collective bargaining agreements. The member is quite aware that middle management, supervisors, once they manage persons, they're responsible for people not only knowing where they stand in their employment, if they take days off or time off, but also that they are supposed to give persons the notice before any intent to disciplinary action. So the member, by putting that on the government, which I see is trying to do, by putting that on the government, that the government threatens somebody about their job, it's totally wrong, it's totally false. It's totally false. And for the member who has no credibility with labor in this country, who speaks out and finds new voice on the backs of the union because he can't generate his own people. This is poor. And we will not stand for him continuing to go down this road. Either he present a threat or he can withdraw, that's all. There was no threat from the government.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I said what I said and I stand by it. The attempt, Madam Speaker, to criminalize so-called false news was a direct attack on free expression and accountability. They still haven't come clean on the foreign contracts. Watch the silence now, Madam Speaker, for the talkative ones. They still haven't come clean on foreign contracts and multi-million-dollar deals signed behind closed doors, including, Madam Speaker, the Grand Lucayan sale, now months old, without proof of payment or full disclosure. They claim that 100, Madam Speaker, and 20 million was in the bank, have not been able to provide the evidence. But that member, Madam Speaker, who just talked, have not asked them to withdraw a false statement uttered in the public. Or, Madam Speaker, the secret $10 million loan to the Carmichael Village Project Development Company. $10 million, Madam Speaker. Yeah. They have not spoken to that. Mum's the word. Yeah. You cannot trust data protection without transparency, Madam Speaker. You cannot secure privacy in a system built on the PLP brand of secrecy. They won't even tell you, Madam Speaker, the interest rate on most of their public-private partnerships. It is that egregious, Madam Speaker. Think about that for a moment. That a country is taking out loans, because that's what it is, off-the-book loans, and they would not tell you what the interest rate is. The Free National Movement, Madam Speaker, has long called for stronger privacy laws, tied directly to greater government openness. Under our leadership, Madam Speaker, we advance freedom of information implementation. They have failed to close the deal on it. We've modernized, Madam Speaker, cybersecurity frameworks, Madam Speaker, and called for ethical standards in digital asset regulation following FTX collapse, Madam Speaker. I hear them groaning. I know it's painful. Again, take the medicine. We have said repeatedly, Madam Speaker, that good governance means protecting both the people's data and the people's right to information. The two must rise together, Madam Speaker. That is why we are offering constructive amendments to this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our member for East Grand Bahamas has a wonderful speaking engagement that he's leaving for in Golden Isles, and we wish him well and we send our regards, Madam Speaker. God bless you, my brother. God bless you. Go with God, my brother. Madam Speaker, shift enforcement. We're asking, Madam Speaker, that they shift enforcement towards penalties of meaningful fines and limited criminalization. Madam Speaker, we should create SMEs, Madam Speaker, small and medium enterprises, as safe harbors with phased compliance and training, Madam Speaker. We should adopt the necessity and proportionality test for all exemptions, Madam Speaker, and publish annual transparency reports on data breaches and exemptions. Madam Speaker, we should fully implement the Freedom of Information Act and link it to the Data Commissioner's mandate, Madam Speaker. Why are they afraid to fully enact market to provide the funding necessary. Madam Speaker, we should build a data sovereign Bahamas, empower the regulator with independence, resources, and authority to issue binding guidance, Madam Speaker, under a future Pintard-led administration, Madam Speaker. We will pledge to advance, Madam Speaker, a comprehensive data sovereignty agenda built on 3 foundational pillars, Madam Speaker. 1, constitutional data rights. We will enshrine in law and ultimately, Madam Speaker, in our Constitution with the leave of our population, the right of every citizen to control the use of their personal data and digital, Madam Speaker, assets. Just as our forefathers and mothers fought to secure the right to vote, we must now secure the right to digital self-determination. Secondly, Madam Speaker, data protection and privacy excellence is what we'll pursue. We will move to make the Bahamas a premier jurisdiction for global data protection, a safe haven for individuals, institutions, and even foreign citizens seeking what we may call data citizenship, Madam Speaker. This concept, Madam Speaker, is both, we believe, visionary and practical, Madam Speaker, for those Bahamians that took the time, Madam Speaker, to share their ideas on the way forward. We are grateful. Just as financial clients, Madam Speaker, seek security for their assets, an individual seeks residence in stable nations. The world's citizens are now seeking jurisdictions that will protect their data with integrity, transparency, and constitutional guarantees. And they can rely on the data released by the government and not have to question whether or not it's motivated by political motives. Madam Speaker, we can offer that. Anchor in Bahamian law, regulated by Bahamian oversight, and sustained by Bahamian innovation, Madam Speaker. Too many brilliant Bahamian citizens' talents are not being utilized, and we must change that. Regardless of their political persuasion, Madam Speaker, we could move forward as a country if we embrace collective Bahamian excellence. Madam Speaker, the third thing is that data sovereignty and economic transformation is a must, and it is an urgent imperative. We will treat data as a strategic national asset, just like our marine resources and our tourism brand, marine resources. It pains me just to mention it, Madam Speaker. This administration has fallen down on protecting the marine resources and reserving it for Bahamians only. They have found loopholes, Madam Speaker, to facilitate others. Again, in our fishing industry, Madam Speaker, they failed to protect others when we were in, and now they have found other ways, Madam Speaker, we believe, to compromise our sovereignty with respect to our marine resources. Ask the fishermen across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we will require that critical national data sets in health, finance, education, and security be stored and mirrored under the Bahamian jurisdiction. And we will develop, Madam Speaker, a sovereign data infrastructure, data centers, cloud facilities, and secure digital embassies capable of hosting both Bahamian and international clients. Madam Speaker, in doing so, we will position the Bahamas as a digital hub of the Caribbean, where privacy, innovation, and prosperity come together. Madam Speaker, as I ask my colleague to, don't be so angry, Yamakro, just relax, man. We're family, we're family. Artificial intelligence, Madam Speaker, is rewriting the rules of value creation, Madam Speaker. You know, anger management is extremely important, Madam Speaker, and I commend it to my brother. I know several trained counselors. Every algorithm, Madam Speaker, depends on data. Every model, Madam Speaker, depends on access. And every digital service, Madam Speaker, depends on trust. Madam Speaker, countries that secure data rights and build digital infrastructure will attract the next generation of investment, not just in technology, but across all sectors. FinTech, climate tech, prop tech, med tech, ed tech, travel tech, tourism intelligence, sustainable resource management, and other applications of technology within traditional sectors. Madam Speaker, one of the things we intend to do is, Madam Speaker, we believe in a substantial way for the first time in the Bahamas, is to allocate, Madam Speaker, resources to research and development so that it can be identified as a solid line item in a Bahamian budget. Madam Speaker, there are countries, you can look at their growth trajectory and you could trace it, Madam Speaker, to the extent to which they spend time investing in talent and research and development so that they can have evidence-based decision, and that evidence often is generated within their own jurisdiction by their people and others who they attract to do research and development in their country, Madam Speaker. Israel remains the model, Madam Speaker, for us in terms of a country that have done a remarkable job in allocating, Madam Speaker, some 4% or thereabouts of their national budget to research and development, and it has paid dividends. It is time for us to move in that direction, Madam Speaker. And by embedding, Madam Speaker, data privacy, protection, and sovereignty in our national development strategy, the Bahamas can lead this new economic frontier, exporting not just sand, sun, and sea, Madam Speaker, but exporting talent, as we did with Devon Shelton, Madam Speaker, with Stevie Gardner, Madam Speaker, with Buddy Hield, with Jazz Chisholm. We are exporting, again, talent in so many different ways, earning not just attention, but even foreign revenue because of the gifts of our people in culture and sports, the very area that the Prime Minister says are not real jobs, Madam Speaker. We can export more than sand, sun, and sea, but security, stability, and digital trust. Madam Speaker, what are our policy commitments? Under my leadership, our team, Madam Speaker, would do the following. One, modernize the data protection bill to incorporate biometric and data sovereignty, local data storage, and GDPR level enforcement, Madam Speaker. And I spoke about this earlier when I spoke about the general data protection regulations as exemplified, as demonstrated in the EU, Madam Speaker. Two, we would establish a national data trust to manage sovereign and public interest data assets transparently and responsibly, Madam Speaker. Three, we will create a Bahamian digital identity framework that safeguards citizens while enabling e-government and private sector innovation, Madam Speaker. Four, we will pursue international adequacy agreements with the European Union, CARICOM, and other partners to facilitate secure data transfers and digital trade. Five, we will invest in training and certification for data professionals, cybersecurity experts, and AI developers, ensuring our people are owners and beneficiaries of this transformation. Madam Speaker, six, we will launch a global data citizenship program, inviting individuals and institutions around the world to register their data under the Bahamian protection and within our jurisdiction and regulatory oversight, Madam Speaker. We trust, Madam Speaker, Bahamian regulators, contrary to what some on that side seek to suggest, Madam Speaker. This is not simply, Madam Speaker, about technology. It is about sovereignty, security, and economic survival. It is about unleashing the Bahamian excellence, Madam Speaker, that we do not embrace because we are too tribalistic, that we don't embrace because we won't create opportunities to break these glass ceilings in this country so that our young people would be prepared to return home because they could see a pathway for their talents flourishing in this environment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when our ancestors fought for national independence, they did so to ensure that the Bahamian people could govern their own affairs and safeguard their own future. Madam Speaker, in our time, the frontier for sovereignty has shifted, Madam Speaker. It is no longer just about land and sea, though extremely important. It is, Madam Speaker, increasingly about defense of data, identity, and autonomy. And Madam Speaker, if we do not govern our data, others will, Madam Speaker. If we do not value our digital identity, others will profit from it. And if we do not protect our people's information, we will have surrendered a piece of our sovereignty without even being aware, Madam Speaker. That is why this effort to elevate data protection and privacy and sovereignty, Madam Speaker, is not just a technical matter, Madam Speaker. It should be grounded, Madam Speaker, in a commitment by all of us, Madam Speaker. Some would say it is a moral imperative for a free and forward-thinking Bahamas. Madam Speaker, this bill should protect Bahamians, not punish them. This big government, PLP, Madam Speaker, they are really not about this business of unleashing Bahamian talent unless it comes through the portals that they set up, Madam Speaker. We should be about strengthening our economy, not slowing it down. It should be about building public trust, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, we are headed in the wrong direction in this regard. This government wants credit for modernizing data protection. But a modern law cannot be built on outdated habits of secrecy, Madam Speaker. Let me just make sure it's clear. This government wants credit for modernizing data protection, but a modern law cannot be built on outdated habits of secrecy. And this government, Madam Speaker, is committed to secrecy, Madam Speaker. Bahamians deserve privacy with purpose and transparency with teeth. And they deserve a government that tells the truth in its words, in its budgets, and in its promises. Because if they cannot keep their word to the workers who serve the nation, evidenced by what is going on now, they will not keep their word to the people whose data they now seek to control. The Free National Movement, Madam Speaker, stands ready to fix this bill to protect both privacy and prosperity, and to restore trust where this government has broken it. The next great competition among nations will, yes, Madam Speaker, it will include competition over land. It will include competition over the marine environment. It will include labor and other capital. But, Madam Speaker, we believe that the next big competition is around the issue of trust. Can we trust those who govern this country if we are to put our precious, scarce resources in it, Madam Speaker? Trust in governance is what's needed in the Bahamas right now. Trust in technology with the right guardrails. Trust in how nations protect the dignity and digital lives of their citizens and others who cast their lot in our countries. And so, Madam Speaker, in closing, let the Bahamas become that trusted nation, a data sovereign state in the Caribbean where personal freedom meets digital responsibility and where innovation thrives under the rule of law, Madam Speaker. As leader of the opposition, as the incoming Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, I pledge that a government led by the Free National Movement will make this transformation a national priority, embedding data privacy, data protection, data sovereignty as a defining tenet of our development agenda. We will ensure, Madam Speaker, that the Bahamas not only participates in a new world being shaped by AI and data, but helps to lead it, helps to shape it, helps to ensure that its citizens prosper in it. And so with those few words, Madam Speaker, Marco City, the Free National Movement, we support this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me just if you would indulge me just for a moment, Madam Speaker. I just want to tell a very quick story, and we join in celebrating Devon Charlton, Madam Speaker, a 100-meter, a 60-meter, again, hurdle champion, Madam Speaker, a graduate, Madam Speaker, from the Red Machine and Purdue University, Madam Speaker. And she represents the best, as Father Willie Thompson used to say, of what this nation has produced, Madam Speaker. And she demonstrated it, Madam Speaker, in the 2015-2017 World Athletics Championship, Madam Speaker, and of course the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Again, she won a silver medal in the events in the 2022 Commonwealth Games, Madam Speaker. And of course, she set a world record, Madam, a national record and a world record, Madam Speaker. She represents the best of what we produce. And Madam Speaker, I close just by telling a story about a young lady who summons me. And I came out of Parliament, she called me, and I went over, because after all, Madam Speaker, the person's behind the barricades. You know, that's our employers. You know, and so I went over to talk to one of the persons who employ all of us in here. And she told a harrowing story about having an autistic child, Madam Speaker, but lack of facilities to give that child a fighting chance. And the fact that there are tests that are required to determine the state of the child that requires resources that she and other families don't have. And how she got on the job that she's on now, Madam Speaker, after coming through a tough period, including coming out of a shelter. And that even when she complete courses as she did, she couldn't be sure it could make a difference in the public service based on how we are presently structured. And Madam Speaker, she lamented the cost of rent and how high it is, and the state of apartments that you sometimes have access to. And the fact that the dates for surgeries often change so often that, and you're concerned that your loved one continues to get worse. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, only to say that as I listen to her grievances, her complaints, her pain, it really represents many persons that every member of Parliament in here have had those stories told to them. So it's a systemic problem that we have an obligation to fix, Madam Speaker. And so I don't begrudge Bahamians or get angry with them when sometimes they cuss us and they express their frustration. Madam Speaker, things are rough on this road. And we should be humble enough and patient enough to hear the concerns of Bahamians and then with immediacy respond to try and help solve. We can't solve every single thing, but you could solve some things on their list as individual members of Parliament, and then in government, you could solve and fix the system to make it better for our people. That's my commitment, that's our commitment, and by the grace of God, we will deliver. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fort Shelton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member of Long Island had raised a question about data sovereignty, and I just wanted, having confirmed with both immigration and national insurance, that their data is within the sovereign territory of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, as well as their disaster recovery backup system on a different island, but within the Bahamas.
Thank you, honourable member. As any, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I rise to wrap up this debate, I, as always, am thankful to God for waking me up and clothing me in my right mind, and for the great people of the Freetown constituency whom I represent. Before I get into my contribution, Madam Speaker, might I say this? There has been remarks about the effect of what we must accept as climate change and the increased rainfall over the past weeks that have affected the island of New Providence grievously and the constituency of Freetown as well. Madam Speaker, I've had to expend significant resources of the constituency capital allowance to address flooding, particularly in the Sutton Street area where one has to pump, and done that twice. And I'm to move to now address it finally, and because we do have this resource, in addressing the drain in that area. But I say that, Madam Speaker, to say this. The overriding Foreign Service mandate of the Bahamas government under the member for Cat Island, Ramkey, and Salvador is to champion the fight against climate change. Our instructions is that it's to motivate us in everything we do, so that in the acquisition of a new vessel, it has to have an engine that is kind to the environment, and in all of our developments, we must do that. And there has been much talk over the years about the investment that this government has made in its international advocacy on this issue. And if the Bahamian people would witness what just some rainfall can do, not a hurricane, just some rainfall, one must therefore understand the value and the reason for that advocacy. So, Madam Speaker, let me say that right up front, and we will continue to fight for the people of the great constituency of Freetown in addressing their needs, not by words, not by show, but by concrete action. Madam Speaker, before I begin, let me say, in tribute to Archbishop Drexel Gomez, I was baptized at the Church of the Holy Innocents in Duncantown, Ragged Island. I then, in coming to New Providence, my mother could not take incense, and so we attended the Calvary Bible Church on Collins Avenue. Also a nice church, Madam Speaker, where I was made to go to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sometimes on Friday, and 3 times on Sunday. And that's just what it was. And I was not all churched out, Madam Speaker. You got to like it because you had no choice. But Madam Speaker, as a man, when I returned to the Anglican Church for confirmation, I was directed to St. Margaret's Anglican Church on Camp Road by Archbishop Gomez at a time that I lived in St. Anne's Parish. And for all the platitudes that one will give to Archbishop Gomez, he was a very practical man. He sat Damien and I down, and he directed us that I should go to St. Margaret's Church because enough rich people already went to St. Anne's Church, which was the parish that I lived in. He must have told the rector of the church he was sending me because I was duly put to work. And every now and again, Madam Speaker, he would check on me, as the ministry I was assigned to was the Guild of St. Ambrose, the altar service, to work with the young altar servers. And he would always check to see how I was doing, Madam Speaker. But he sent me to Freetown long before the PLP recruited me in Freetown, Madam Speaker, and I'm forever grateful for his direction, as St. Margaret's is a beautiful church with beautiful persons. Madam Speaker, moving on to the bill, I will be very short. And why I will be very short, Madam Speaker, is their side opposite. And I mean it in an unkind way. A very big on talk and very nice talk, but very low on action. And I will tell you why, Madam Speaker. They speak about all of their plans for data sovereignty and all of these, what my late friend Michael C.E. Tony used to say, using all these platitudinous phrases. When, Madam Speaker, platitudinous, I had to look it up when he said it. Just like I had to look up HOTEP, which is used by our colleague, the member for Golden Isles. But it's very platitudinous and empty and disingenuous because this bill was released for public consultation on the 21st of August, 2025. So to the 20th of September is a month, and we're almost to the 20th of October, almost 2 months ago. Neither any member of the Free National Movement or the Coalition of Independents have submitted any responses on the consultation exercise. We hear all kind of platitudinous statements about let us do this and come to the middle of the floor, let us not be tribalistic. If the intent is to cooperate in legislation, one would expect that they would be pointing to changes that they would have sought, that would have been overlooked, that would have not been taken into consideration. In fact, Madam Speaker, we don't intend to leave this bill in committee because members of Corporate Bahamas responded late. We tabled it for consultation, put it up the 21st of August. When they saw it tabled last week, they then responded. But we are a responsive administration, and we don't brush people off. And so we're taking into account their representations. But what is rich from the other side is all of this great wealth of knowledge to advance and glorify and make the Bahamas great again, and no participation whatsoever. It rings very hollow. It rings and smacks of politics, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard the most amazing thing from Marco City. He says corporate citizens respond to fines more so than jail sentences. I don't know who advised him of that, Madam Speaker. I have defended corporate citizens for 3 decades in this country, and the one thing corporate citizens do not mind doing is paying fines, because it is simply a business calculation for them. How much do they benefit by the activity, bearing in mind the fine? What they are very afraid of is going to jail for even 1 day. Don't talk about months or years, but just 1 day. You want to explain what you meant?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Very point, again, was preceded. I talked about the jurisdictions where this matter is being addressed. And I talked about the EU, and then more specifically including the UK, and look at what we consider best practices in those jurisdictions where they have gone the route of administrative penalties versus custodial. They have had greater success and when you look at other jurisdictions. So that's the simple point. But I take your point as a practitioner in terms of here. No problem.
Laws have to be tailored to your particular circumstance, Madam Speaker. I have gone to the UK, and they queue, which means line up without any ropes or anything. That's just their nature. But, Madam Speaker, this bill was worked on by the Law Reform Commission, who did good work. We then put it out to say, this is what is intended. Tell us what you think. And some people told us what they thought, but nobody who was in the House now waxing lyrical told us what they thought. And so that's the first point, Madam Speaker. The next point, Madam Speaker, is this. I've been hearing about this data sovereignty. Now, the Data Protection Act protects your data that is given to any data controller. Certain public entities are data controller, like the member for Forced Audit Reports and Immigration and National Insurance. But the vast majority of data controllers are private individuals. And so this concept of sovereignty, since this act applies in this country, can only talk about when you move data collected in this country to another country. Now, I've read this act. I noticed Marco City kept reading from his contribution when he wanted to make it clear. But let me share with you in the Bahamian public, Madam Speaker, what it takes to transfer data outside of the Bahamas, because that's covered by Section 54. And it says, notwithstanding Section 48, personal data may be transferred outside of the Bahamas where. So these are the conditions you have to meet. The data subject consents to the transfer. So the person whose data it is says, yes, you can transfer it. And Madam Speaker, perhaps I should go up further, because 53 starts by saying this general principle for transfers outside the Bahamas. It says personal data shall not be transferred to any country, territory, or international organization unless that country, territory, or international organization ensures an adequate level of protection for the rights and freedom of the data subjects in relation to the processing of personal data. So that's saying that you can't even consent to the transfer to another country unless they have an adequate level of protection. If they do not have that, the data controller cannot transfer it, even if you tell them to transfer it. So that's the starting point. But in terms of sovereignty of people's data, because I heard a lot of that in the eloquent words of Marco City, firstly, the person has to say, transfer my data to this country that has adequate protection. Or the transfer is necessary. And necessary is a powerful word, and it's for the performance of a contract between the data subject and the data controller, or implementation of a pre-contractual measure taken at the data subject's request. All of that is driven by obligations and requests by the data subject. And again, it can only be to a country that has adequate controls. Or it is the conclusion of the performance of a contract concluded in the interest of the data subject between the data controller and another person. Again, the data subject. Or for any public interest as specified by the minister by order. Orders by ministers have to be tabled in this place and are subject to debate if they are objected to within 14 days. So it's not the whim and option of a minister. And then the next one is for the establishment or exercise or defense of a legal claim. The next is where the data subject is physically or legally incapable of giving consent in order to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of the data subject or another person. So that's where you can't make a decision, but it's to protect you. And then again, lastly, for the purpose of compelling legitimate interests is pursued by the data controller, which are not overridden by the interests, fundamental rights, and freedoms of the data subject, referencing back to proportionality. That's actually the statement of proportionality and the constitutional right of the data subject. So the words that were used about what we need are all included already in Section 53. And so that is what the late Michael C.A. Turner would describe as a platitudinous statement. One that sounds good, is a platitude, but is not anchored to fact or reality. And that is what I heard listening to the contributions. And as I said, Madam Speaker, I don't mean to be kind in this contribution, because it comes a time where, for all that we heard, how could you support this bill if what you said is true? It's just amazing. In fact, Long Island said it failed the test of Bahamianism. I don't know what that test is, but he talked about data sovereignty, and Section 53 and 54 deals with it completely. But, Madam Speaker, we have reached the point where, unfortunately, I would say, Madam Speaker, it has become, as a judge used to say, pellucidly clear that one side of the House talks while the other side of the House acts. And so you may go to a protest barricade and you may talk to persons. And you, Madam Speaker, may feel their pain. But if all you do is talk, all you would have done is misuse their pain. And so, Madam Speaker, they talked for 4.5 years while increments were frozen. But even that poor woman who had all of those problems with an autistic child and all of those issues, her increments were frozen when they were in power. When this administration came to power, I remember it very clearly. One of the very first things the Prime Minister did was to say that we would unfreeze increments, because you may look at it as $100 more a year onto somebody's pay, but it's real money. The thing that's very strange, Madam Speaker, is the increase that the Deloitte reports call for between 3% and 8% of somebody's pay to somebody making $20,000, which is what I think that person, I saw someone making. And I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician. But to arrive at 1%, I'm told you remove 2 zeros. So you would go from 20,000 to 2,000, which is 10%, to 200, which is 1%. When you multiply it by 3, that's $600 increase over the year. When you divide it by 12, I think that's $50 a month, eh? And so the money that wasn't paid, that was needed now in October, for many people was $50. So we're being told that this is what caused all the angst and the pain. And that is when you start to get past the platitudinous statements and the talk, that is what it boils down to. Persons continue to talk about when it was promised to be paid. It was promised to be effective from September 1, because the 1st of September is not a government payday. My young daughter in university sends me a gentle reminder to send her money when she knows government payday is approaching. And even her knows to send me the gentle reminder in the last week of the month. Because government payday is not the first of any month. And so persons who are honest would know that the 1st of September would have been an effective date. And the Prime Minister has made it clear this isn't something that anyone marched for or fought for. This is something when he came to power, he says we need to look at people's salary to make sure they're being paid properly. And we hired an accounting firm, a big 5 accounting firm, and they did their work. These percentages, the unions talk about, they need to see how the percentages were arrived at. Deloitte produced a report. So it's not what the Prime Minister wants to give you, because he's responsible for the public purse. So Deloitte gave an opinion which made sense. They put the numbers that backed it up. They said persons at the lower level were having pay increases regularly, while people at the higher level were not. And they gave the percentage. And the Prime Minister, being a man with a heart, says, yes, we will do that. Madam Speaker, where I am from, some people where I'm from, if I'm to offer you something and you don't want it, I won't force it on you. But the Prime Minister's position is, this is a decision he made, he believes it is fair, and he will execute it. And the disrespectful conduct since then has not dissuaded him. And for that, he's a bigger man than most of us. At this stage of my maturation, Madam Speaker, he's definitely a bigger man than me. Because if I decide that this is something I'm going to do, you ain't fight for it, and I say, okay, this is what I think we should do for you, and we will do it for you for December, and you say, no, I don't want it by December, I want it now. The Wallace in me would say, okay, you don't want it in December. I note that. And you wouldn't get it in December because you didn't want it in December. But, Madam Speaker, I mature daily, and watching and observing the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, my maturation process continues to proceed, where the heart that he has, the courage, because it takes courage to stand up in the face of provocation and not react to it, is very great, Madam Speaker. And so we have to be sensible in this country. And particularly if you're going to be a legislator, you have to be about the business that you're doing. Marco City must know you cannot talk about FDX should have sharpened us, then talk about we trust Bahamian regulators. Because the Bahamian regulator, the Securities Commission, did a beautiful job in the FDX debacle and was praised for the job that they did. Because Bahamians don't play. We are serious people, and we have to be in a country spread out over an area greater than Great Britain, greater than the United Kingdom. Our country area is twice that of the United Kingdom. We're just spread out over it. So we're serious people. And so this conception of us as some beaten down, beleaguered people is unfair to the struggle of Bahamian people. Yes, it's a struggle. And it's a struggle, Madam Speaker, and I know it's a struggle. And people say, how can you know it's a struggle? I've had to educate 7 children, Madam Speaker. That's a struggle. I don't care how much money you make, that's a struggle. We talked about breastfeeding. I say I recommend it because you save money. So, Madam Speaker, it's a struggle. You ought not to trivialize somebody's struggle. You ought not to trivialize somebody's struggle. And you can list the things that are a problem. And I will end with this, Madam Speaker, because I think this will say it all about the prospect of my cousin ever becoming Prime Minister of this great country. You can list the things that cause problems in this country. They have fixed none of them. We have fixed, are fixing, and will continue to fix the problems of this country. Not as fast as the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador would wish, but fix them notwithstanding. So, Madam Speaker, again, we've heard a lot of assaults on a bill that they support. And so, Madam Speaker, I don't need to go deeper into it. No. And so, Madam Speaker, I would, as I indicated, Madam Speaker, no. I would, Madam Speaker, support this bill. It was put out for consultation. We've received some responses which we have acted on. We've received others. And as I say, Madam Speaker, although there was a bill prepared, we aren't so big that we will not listen to the voice of Bahamians when they wish to participate in the legislative process. And so, Madam Speaker, I would move that you put the question with the clear assertion that we are still listening to the Bahamian people, which will determine where we go after you put the question, Madam Speaker. But I would ask now that the question be put on this bill, that in the end, everybody secure supports.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, processing, use, and dissemination of personal data to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, to establish the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to establish the Data Protection Oversight Committee, to repeal the Data Protection Act and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, processing, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, to establish the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, and to establish the Data Protection Oversight Committee, to repeal the Data Protection Privacy of Personal Information Act, Chapter 324A, and for connected purposes.
For the second readings,
Second readings, Madam Speaker.
Committee of the Whole.
We would ask you to move on with the agenda. We wouldn't wish to go into the at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. We move right back to the order of business. So we will go over a third passing. Third reading and passing bills.
Reading.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions.
Sorry. Yes, sorry.
Member statements. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable
Yes,
member.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, we would move the following resolution. Whereas Article 129, 1 of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance before the end of each fiscal. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Whereas Section 19 of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2022, number 39 of 2022, provides that the Disaster Risk Management Authority shall maintain the Disaster Emergency Fund, which will be used to fund disaster response, rehabilitation, recovery, and the adoption of financial protection instruments. And whereas it has been determined that in the event of a severe natural disaster, Disaster Emergency Fund should have a minimum of $17 million available. And whereas Section 78.4 of the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act 2020 provides that a bank in the Bahamas shall, where liability exists by reason of a dormant account held at such bank, within 2 months after the end of the calendar year in which the applicable 7-year period has expired, pay to the Central Bank of the Bahamas an amount equal to and in the same currency denomination as the amount owing by the bank in respect of the dormant account. And whereas Section 27.1 of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act 2020 provides, amongst other things, that the Central Bank of the Bahamas may accept deposits of dormant accounts that are required to be transferred to it in accordance with the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act 2020, and whereas Section 27.6 of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act 2020 provides, amongst other things, that an amount of deposits or dormant accounts paid by the Central Bank of the Bahamas to the Treasurer shall not be deposited or without the prior approval signified, shall not be deposited shall not be disposed of without the prior approval signified by resolution of both Houses of Parliament. And whereas the Minister of Finance is seeking approval through this resolution to transfer $17 million from the dormant account proceeds held by the Treasurer and forming part of the consolidated fund to the Disaster Emergency Fund, now therefore be it dissolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Treasurer to dispose of $17 million from the dormant account proceeds held by the Treasurer and forming a part of the consolidated fund, and 2, approves the transfer of $17 million by the Treasurer from the dormant account proceeds held by the Treasurer and forming a part of the consolidated fund to the Disaster Emergency Fund.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the notice be brought up. Order that the notice do lie on the table.
I would renew all further notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The opposition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment?
Speaker, I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 22nd of October at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 22nd of October, 2025 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
I now move, Madam Speaker, that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 22nd of October at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 22nd of October, 2025 at 10 a.m.
All rise.